Welcome back. Welcome.
Good morning, chat. Greetings. It is Sunday. As y'all know what Sundays is for, okay? Cozy streams every Sunday, all right? Ain't gonna be no mic, no cam today, okay? Definitely no cam, but slight mic. Y'all are already familiar with cozy streams, okay? So I'll be here. But I'm definitely not gonna be very chatty, okay? Enjoy the videos, enjoy the vibes, and hope we get a whole lot of drops to rebuild today, because that fuck nigga scammed us, okay? Alright. Y'all have a good one.
Welcome back to the second channel. How you doing? Get in here. Sit down. I just saw the new Lightyear trailer. It's Buzz. Buzz is back. I saw the trailer of the Lightyear movie with the live-action Buzz, and it looks great. I'm very curious to see where Pixar goes when they don't have John Lasseter hugging all the employees, if you catch my drift. And then also on top of that, the beautiful Bruno and Doctor Strange fan art that everyone submitted, which, you know, chef's kiss all around. It made me fully realize again the monstrosity that Disneyland is, and how Disneyland is still the prime place for workplace harassment. I mean, in all of the world. I mean, yes, you have your other places that are also equally horrible. It's not a contest, all right? But I'm saying that being an actor at Disneyland would fucking blow. Being other places that are also equally horrible. It's not a contest, all right? But I'm saying that being an actor at Disneyland would fucking blow. it would suck. I mean, you're in a suit, you can't even talk, you have to fucking Mr. Mime all day and be like... Throughout the years, there's been so many examples of people just like... Oh, the cringe that is surrounding Disney adults and people that go to Disney, and you know, all the shit that just even being an actor at the Disney theme park. It's one hell of a ride. So let's jump into it. Also, today's video is sponsored by nobody but myself. I have a Patreon. Feel free to check it out. We have monthly stickers. It's a silly little community, and you get to support the channel. What more could you ever want? Well, besides that. Well, besides that too.
I'm rolling up, nigga.
Okay, are we gonna have common ground or no? All right. So the first one we have, there's that meme where it's like Andy's coming, and then they expect people to drop dead. I think that there was like a rumor going around, or it was policy at one point where people could be like, Andy's coming to the Toy Story actors, and they would have to drop. So, you know, put on my headphones. Ooh. Grown woman repeatedly yelling Andy's coming to Toy Story characters at Disney World. Holy shit, shut the fuck up. Look at her after her like a little smug, like, they did it. He's still coming. What if she kept the bit going? He's still going. He's coming, better watch out. Hey, he's coming. And the guy's like, do we have to keep going? She's like, I'm gonna tell your manager. Dance, clowns, dance. I love when it's titled this. Toy Story, fail. Andy's coming. Andy's coming. Oh, God. Wait, did he say sorry? Sorry. To be an actor trapped inside of a plastic shell of a smiling face and have to continue to wave while this fucking man-child throws his limp body on the ground and he's like, hey, sorry. Because that's the thing, is whenever somebody does something fucking cringy, they always, it's like post-nut clarity in a way. You immediately snap yourself out of it and you're like, oh, that was probably kind of uncomfortable for everybody. I love all these compressed cell phone videos. Oh, fuck. I remember when I was a kid, a kid came back with one of those autograph books, and he was like, "I got an autograph from Goofy. Isn't that crazy?" And I remember being like, "Oh my god!" And this is just what it is. It's a grown adult trying to fucking read this manuscript, breathing excessively, probably sweating 3 pounds off of his body every day, just. Every time that you hug a child hugs the Woody thing, it goes into his like weird foam dick, because they have a fucking 7-foot tall person inside that suit.
Andy's coming.
It's so God, it's just so fucking cringy, dude. It's always the adults too. Yeah, Andy's coming. Hey, worker, did you hear that? Hey, Woody, Andy's coming. Fucking drop to the ground right now. He puts him in a full fucking Nelson, just boom. Andy's coming, motherfucker. Everybody's cheering. Yeah! Breaks fucking Woody's leg. Andy's coming! Oh my god. The Buzz Lightyear's like, I'm fucking out of here, dude. It's the same spot too. This is hell. This is exactly. I wonder if at Disneyland they're like, hey, what acting job did you get? Oh, I got Buzz, and they're like, oh, dude. Oh man, that's a bad gig. This is so uncomfortable. What the fuck is happening? Is he actually having him leave without the picture? It's like just such uncomfortable. Oh god, it's just so fucking uncomfortable. My god. This place, I'm telling you, it's hell. This is a hell on earth. They need a sign that says hell. Also, can we take time to appreciate how fucked this Buzz Lightyear face is? Borderline, it's pretty evil. It's pretty evil looking, all in all. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, what was he doing? Hold on a second. Whoa, Buzz! Easy! What kind of little tickle did you just give him? Hold on a second. Whoa! Oh my god! Ooh, from this angle, that looked a little spicy. Yikes!
They're going into the internet.
It would be hell. This would be God, it's like, oh god, it's just so fucking embarrassing. How the fuck? Oh my god. What's the benefit? What is the benefit? How much? I mean, is it worth it financially? Like, is it a good job? I'm just gonna Google. Average, the Walt Disney Company actor hourly pay in the United States is approximately $11.95, which meets the national average. Fuck sakes.
Let's hear more of everybody. Girl power. Oh
shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear.
Oh my god. Fuck sakes, dude. I like this girl in the front row. Can you believe it, Dad? Dad, can you believe it? Her face fell off. Isn't that insane? Thank God I brought my iPad to the park so I could take pictures by myself. Daddy, I know that you won't let me use your phone because I saw those naked pictures that weren't mommy on your phone. So thank you for buying me this iPad. Thank you so much for buying me this iPad, Daddy. I would just lay there all day. I do like that guy. I like how the guy's like, so wait, so what? I can't fucking meet him or what? Like, look at this body pose here. Okay, well, I waited in line for an hour and a half. So stand him up so I could take a picture and I could never look at it ever again. I mean, I understand that, like, you don't want to have your face show, you want to, like, break the immersion, but I wonder if they're just like, if your mask or helmet is off for more than 3 seconds, you will be shot. Up here in the balcony, there's a sniper that's just like, I knew it. Flicks his cigarette. I'm telling you, I feel like there's something like, if your mask is off or you break character, you will be tased. You will be waterboarded to the entire Tarzan soundtrack. And if you live through that, we'll put you back on the schedule. If not, then... we'll give you a Mickey Mouse coffin that we'll send to your family with a folded Disney flag on top of it. What the fuck is that child eating? Wait. Oh my god. Dear fucking Lord. Tigger, let him go!
only pussies cry, kid. Why don't you suck on your mom's titty too? Why aren't you, baby?
Wait, so what is this child eating? Just a fucking plate of slop? Look at her. She's like,
Uh-oh, Tigger's here, Jeremiah. Look at here. He's like, huh? What?
Listen here. I'm gonna fucking stab you with a knife. You hear me, you little shit?
I do like that the kid is pushing him away, but yet the tiger still just fucks with him. Fuck that kid. That's my favorite video. Put a gold star on that one. That one's amazing. So we've officially entered into the world of. I think this is when the actors strike back, apparently, because this video is so good. This is what it needs to be. Go off! Get him! There you go. Uh-oh. This kid doesn't even know what the fuck's happened. Step down! Yeah! Those fucking moves are so good. The world is a happier place outside of Disneyland. The community is better. The world is happier. Look how happy they are not trapped in the land inside Disneyland. I love this. Okay. Well, that's... Moral of the story is, these actors, let them free. Keep them in the suits, but let them run wild. Disneyland is a haunted place. Every time that you go and you spend money seeing these things, it sets up a new kind of torture device for a person to have to be enslaved working in this fucking job for nothing. It's a terrible place. I am hereby dubbing Disneyland hell. Hell on earth. Hell on earth with a little fucking sprinkle thing. I'll never step foot inside Disneyland. Never ever. Not doing it. That's the end of the fucking video. I'm done. Don't see the Lightyear movie. If you see it, don't watch me anymore. Don't even look at me. If you have anything Disney related, fucking burn it. If you've ever even seen a Disney movie before, pluck out your eyes. I'm gonna gouge out my eyes right now. I'm gonna put needles into my ears. I am going to become a new human being. I am ascending. I'm evolving. I am transforming into a better person. Fuck you, Disney. Eat my dick. Okay, probably not that.
Hello, my friends. I am back home in Appalachia, and today we are talking about original creatures that may still roam the earth. A creature from the Book of Enoch. There's people around me, so they're definitely hearing me. There's actually nobody around me. I'm in a field. All right, I'm in a field, and I've got the Book of Enoch here. That's not the Book of Enoch. This thing got a talk to a button on it or something? Bruh. Theorized to exist in reality. There are a lot of people who theorize that these creatures also exist. These are called cryptozoologists, or me. Creatures like the Jersey Devil, Bigfoot, gnomes, etc. Just about anything you can think of. People been for a long time theorizing as to whether or not they exist.
Is it possible that as geneticists continue to decode the human genome, they will find that among our various hominid ancestors is a missing link to enormous beings from another world?
One creature, the giant. That's a big person, like from Skyrim, that thing with the big bone that... Flying through the sky. I remember the first time that happened to me, I immediately read the Book of Enoch after. Giants as creatures, as cryptids.
Death threats on top of being doxxed all over the internet, including in-game, all for a stupid mistake made in a WoW server. There's almost nothing a person could do to be doxxed online, and death threats. Seeing all this crazy shit happen is kind of what sparked me to want to do this video. I'll be honest, I don't really give a fuck about the drama. I don't care. I really don't care about the video game itself. I'm more interested in people's fascination with the video game. It's not about that. If you came here for that, it's not about that. That's the last putting a bow on that. It's done. Bye-bye. But it's insane to think that a few people dying in a video game could push a group of people to threaten someone's life, which feels stupid to say because at the same time, as I say that out loud, it's happened many times before, and probably even with this game. Sure, you could have a caveat, right? It's a hardcore server. These people's lost over 100 hours of their lives leveling up these characters, so no wonder people feel so passionate about the betrayal, right? And also you're on a streaming thing, and people are tied up with emotional response to their favorite creators and all that kind of stuff. I get it entirely, but still, it's a bit silly. We're in Silly Town. Put on your silly hat, we're in Silly Town.
All I know is that if my Minecraft server got deleted because of a streamer, I would dox, send death threats.
I was on a hardcore server, and someone didn't use their magical abilities to slow down the enemy so I could get away and they could help, and I got killed and I had to reset my character on this hardcore server. I would either, one, I would kill myself, or I would dox and I would strangle to death the person that was responsible. Those are the two only options. I'd either put a gun in my mouth and blow up my fucking brains, or I would dox the person that did that and I would strangle them with my bare fist. And it led me to think this. If there's people that are taking it this seriously, this event this seriously with World of Warcraft, there's got to be something I'm missing with the hype of this game, with the lore, with everything. There's got to be something I'm missing, and I want to find out what it is. Which leads us into the history of World of Warcraft. I don't know, have me shoot like a spell. Like a World of Warcraft spell. I want to be like a what's the big bowl race?
A Tauren.
Yeah, I'm a Tauren.
Getting milked.
I'm getting milked. I'm also one of those aliens.
Draenei.
You know, it's my least favorite World of Warcraft race. If I could be racist in World of Warcraft.
Gnomes.
How'd you know?
Because they're ugly.
They are kind of ugly, aren't they? So fucking tiny. I also hate seeing him run around the map all tiny and shit. Like, get the fuck out of here, freak.
You make a twink, and then the gay community stole that term.
The gay community has taken so many terms, I can't say bear anymore without somebody bringing up gay sex.
This video is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Reinventing your childhood, one bite at a time. Magic Spoon is a perfect fit for a variety of diets because it is high protein and has no sugar. And while you're feeling good about what you're eating, Magic Spoon also has the flavors you loved growing up. Fruity, cocoa, peanut butter, you know, the trifecta. All of these flavors are loaded with 13 to 14 grams of protein and are completely gluten-free. Magic Spoon also has treats. These protein bars are crispy, crunchy, and completely guilt-free. They are a perfect snack to have in the morning or after a workout. Featuring the flavors of marshmallow, chocolatey peanut butter, double chocolate, and blueberry muffin. Each bar has 12 grams of protein, only 1 gram of sugar, and 2 grams of carbs. Plus, Magic Spoon just added their brand new granola. Try honey, almond, or peanut butter for breakfast and get 13 grams of protein. So why don't you treat yourself? Use my code PAPAMEAT or click the link in the description to try Magic Spoon treats or granola today and get $5 off. You can also find Magic Spoon products on Amazon or in your nearest grocery store. And Magic Spoon is so confident in their product, it's backed with a 100% happiness guarantee online. So if you don't like it for any reason, they'll refund you the money. No questions asked. So click the link in the description to go to magicspoon.com/papameat or scan the QR code on the screen for $5 off. Thank you, Magic Spoon, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Anyways, the history of World of Warcraft. I figured to understand what this game means to everyone, we should look into the history of its creation and its success, just to get an idea. Maybe you aren't familiar, or maybe you just want to stroll down memory lane, which I like to do from time to time. World of Warcraft was released by Blizzard Entertainment in 2004. That company had some fun stuff happen recently too, right? What was that in the media? I'm sure we'll figure out later.
Overwatch 2.
Oh, it was Overwatch 2, that's what it was. It was a high fantasy game that was made to be much more streamlined and intuitive compared to the other popular MMOs at the time, like EverQuest. Let's just show some footage of EverQuest. Not bad. It was such a huge success that the developers didn't even have the hardware to handle the large influx of players. People were fucking smoking this thing like crack, dude. They were injecting it in their veins like heroin. They couldn't get enough. People were addicted, ladies and gentlemen. People were addicted to WoW. Players were grinding through the game nonstop, with many recounting flunking out of their college classes because of it. And the game has constantly evolved throughout its lifespan and has a total of 10 expansions so far. 10. That's fucking crazy.
They already announced the next 2 expansions.
What were they? Mists of Pandaria 2? Mists of Pandaria 3? So after the BlizzCon, we will be going back to Pandaria twice. Here to do the announcement is Jack Black. She-bow! She-bow!
That'd be sick.
Yeah. Once the content dries up, every 2 years, Blizzard adds new locations, items, playable races, and story elements, and raids to spice up the game. They do that every 2 years. Pretty crazy, and they still are keeping people in the seats. Despite people's obsession with the game, World of Warcraft had a long history of releasing expansions to poor reception. Often people aggressively critique Blizzard for bad expansions only to praise them by the time the next one is released. You come out and people are like, this sucks, fuck this. And by the time the new one comes out, they're like, you can't change it, it's perfect. Which I feel like is probably true with everything. But the cycle usually goes as this. Everyone gets excited about a new expansion. Mists of Pandaria, pandas. It's fun. Expansion drops, you can play a panda and like as a monk or some shit. Everyone complains about the new expansion. The pandas weren't as pog as we expected. People say the last expansion was better, and you circle back to new expansion gets announced. Rinse and repeat, baby, all day, every day. We're gamers.
Bet you there are players right now saying, I miss Mr. Pandaria.
What I wouldn't go to give back to Mr. Pandaria. Please let me go back, please. Keep doing all these vanilla re-releases, dude. Give me back the pandas. And with all these expansions ruining the game, players began to get nostalgic for the good old days. Amidst the socializing and exploration that came with the World of Warcraft when it was originally released, right? Back then it was magical. Now it's all fucking corporate, man. Players felt the game had lost the magic, which pushed people to develop and run unofficial, private, vanilla servers of the game. As Blizzard refused to accommodate the players yearning for the original World of Warcraft experience, people wanted to go back to the original days, and Blizzard was like, I'm not fucking doing that. So people took it upon themselves to do it.
At BlizzCon, they're like, no one really wants that.
Have you ever thought about adding servers for previous expansions as they were then? No. And by the way, you don't want to do that either. You think you do, but you don't.
Anything Blizzard does in a like convention style thing is usually there's always something funny. I always like the Diablo mobile announcement. That was like one of my favorite. Is this a out of season April Fool's joke? And I love the response to that is, what, do you guys not have phones?
Hey, just was wondering, is this an out of season April Fool's joke?
Do you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have phones, right?
Which one of the most popular of these vanilla servers was Nostalrius, which reached over 800,000 accounts at its peak. Almost a million fucking people were in this original vanilla server. And to the surprise of many, Blizzard issued a cease and desist to those keeping the vanilla servers running, forcing it to shut down on April 10th, 2016, which was about a year after its launch. People are just having fun playing the game you make, and then Wizards comes in, they're just like, hey, sir, come here real quick. Shut this fucking thing down right now. Seriously. Hundreds of thousands of signatures were made on a petition to keep it running, but to no avail. Petitions don't, can we just say that right now? Petitions don't fucking work.
What? Change.org doesn't work?
Yeah, are you saying change.org does nothing at all? People mourn the closure of the server, hoarding together for its final moments, and it's actually pretty crazy seeing everybody there. Man, too many names, dude. I have like a panic attack.
The FPS must have been like 2.
My Toshiba laptop could not handle this right here, okay? And it was only a year later at BlizzCon 2017, Blizzard's annual convention, when it was announced that Blizzard was actively working on World of Warcraft Classic, a standalone version of the game that brings players back to the vanilla version of the game.
I am pleased and also a little bit nervous to announce the development of a classic server option for World of Warcraft.
This was an immensely profitable decision, one that brought in millions of dollars and proved to be a success even today.
More people, I think, play classic servers than retail.
More people probably play the classic version than the retail version. Or did they realize that you could be a panda? Do they realize you can be a panda and go experience Kung Fu Panda in World of Warcraft? Are they aware? Also, I want to say this too. Mista Pandaria probably could have been, it could be, people could love it. I just remember seeing that. I think I stopped playing it at Cataclysm when Cataclysm. I have not played it since then. I just kind of see stuff from here and there. Have not kept up with it. Don't know if it's good. I just remember seeing Mista Pandaria and being like, that looks really gay. That was the first thing I said. I was being offensive. I said, okay, that looks gay. It was fucking, I think it came out at the same time like a Kung Fu Panda movie came out. I thought it was a sponsored meme or something like that. I don't know. Sue me. There's not always rainbows in World of Warcraft, right? I mean, we could talk about some of the horror stories in this community. Also, I like how we listed one thing. Did you feel like that was a comprehensive history? I hope so. Do we talk about Leroy Jenkins in this?
Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins!
We didn't even talk about, in the history of World of Warcraft, we never even brought up Leroy Jenkins.
So let's... Leroy Jenkins!
Well, if you want more of that, I'm sure there's channels out there that'll give it to you. Because we just want to get into the dark side of World of Warcraft, apparently, because we're little fucking heathen goblins. On r/WoW, which stands for World of Warcraft, the post says, what's your biggest guild scandal story you know of or have been involved in? And someone said, so many. The first one here says, guild member, instead of just going, hey, this isn't really working out for me anymore, put thanks for having me for 2+ years, guild quitting. He faked their own death, and then 3 months later logged in to G-quit all their tunes and realm transfer. I read that as if, like, I thought I was like reading Latin after a while. What the f does G quit all their tunes mean?
Tunes are characters, so he probably had multiple characters in the guild, and so he logged in real quickly, G quit, so guild quit, and then realm transferred them off completely.
Why does that, why did he just do that to begin with?
It was probably, didn't want to hurt their feelings.
Oh, he did. So he did it because he's like, oh, if they do that, they're gonna think I don't like them anymore.
Yeah, he probably also stole a bunch of shit in the guild too.
We might not have the full story here. Okay, I never was in a guild. I just would just play with my friends online. I didn't know the guilds were such a big deal.
I play by myself and just raid.
You just raid by yourself?
And then I was a 14, so I never talk and vent. So I just type everything because I was scared.
You were afraid to speak on. I guess I could see that too. I never had a game mic. I feel like I'd just be in the room with them and you talk that. You know what I mean?
I used to be a clicker. That's a sin, a cardinal sin in WoW. You're never supposed to click. But I was a hunter, so I just had to do a rotation.
I don't know what the you're saying. Like, I don't know what clicker means.
Clicking is where you know you have your abilities on the bar. Is where you take your mouse and go over and click the instead of clicking 1, 2, 3 or A, B or whatever.
Yeah. I do that still to level up in League, and people freak out about that. I'm not keyboard savvy, so I'm always like, eh. And I can't multitask it. I don't know. I'm a fucking idiot. Another one says, a guild run by a wife and husband. Wife drove 2 hours to have an affair with another raider in the guild. Husband found out. Lots of shit. Drove 2 hours to try and fight the guy, but got arrested during the confrontation. If you're wondering, neither the marriage nor the guild survived.
We had that too. We had a guild that also had like a husband and wife couple, and it really affected the rating when the wife was pregnant and had to go into labor. She was our healer.
Well, it's gonna happen. You know, it's like, are we raiding or are we having a kid? Like, can we choose? What are we doing here? The amount of crazy interactions guilds probably have isn't like the stories. To be like a fly on the wall in some like crazy, it's a WoW tavern and hear some of that stuff. Another post says, old raid leader played clear favorites with a new tank, cheated on his wife with the new tank, and then left his wife for the new tank. Then he went on Jeopardy and lost because he's a fucking loser. The idea of an affair happening in World of Warcraft is absurd. You played really well today. You know, if you want these boots, you can have them. It's absurd. It has to be the least sexy environment ever, right?
Well, when your mind sees those pixels on screen, your brain starts.
How much of that do you think, too, is like them being enthralled with like the fantasy of the game, but they look at the game as an escape, and then there's someone in the game that they like or do it like there's no lines of reality anymore.
Also, well, I mean, if you're an adult, it makes sense. I remember I was like 8 or 10. I played this game called Habba Hotel. Anyways, there was a character that was a girl character, and I fell in love. I didn't even know if they were a real woman.
It can happen. I will say this. I have a buddy named Aaron. They've been married. They've been together forever. They've been married and have 2 wonderful kids now. So love can happen anywhere, which I guess if you're just casually conversating with somebody, anything can lead to whatever. But if you're already married and then like an affair starts, it's so much different. than people finding love. We talked about the community a little bit and some of the horrifying stuff that happens in guilds, but let's talk about some of the horrifying stories that happen in World of Warcraft. In 2006, a guild officer named Fayin died from a stroke, and out of respect for their fallen guild member, his guildmates and friends decided to hold a funeral in Winter Spring to say their goodbyes. As wholesome as this may seem, things took a dark turn when they decided to open the invitation to Alliance factions as well. The guild Serenity now caught wind of this and decided to enact a brutal raid on the funeral, leading to a massacre of attendees who were simply there to mourn their dead friend. So this is in the game.
It's the Red Wedding.
It's the Red Wedding of World of Warcraft. This frame rate.
It was a tragic day. We were mourning.
I like that thing someone stepped at their desk by their keyboard and they're like, no! No! It is f***ed up that the guy died in real life and it was like them getting together from all these people from probably different parts of the world. And they're just like, this is nice. Some guy from the Alliance is just like, we're gonna fucking kill all of them. Last year, a World of Warcraft YouTuber was forced to stop making YouTube content over death threats. Mad Skills HC, a YouTuber that focuses his channel around content where he entered hardcore WoW service to kill bot players. This is something that Blizzard has been trying to fight off for a long time via mass bans. But this man decided to take it into his own hands.
A little vigilante.
He's like the Batman of World of Warcraft there. These bots are created by players that are farming gold to sell it later. Because this is a hardcore server, dead bots lose all the gold they've accumulated, which is a huge setback for these gold farmers. This has resulted in the YouTuber catching a wave of death threats. Some emails showed screenshots from Discord channels in Taiwan and Russia, where they detailed how they were going to cut off his fingers and feed them to his family. I am going to fucking cut off your fingers and feed it to your dog! After initially claiming his channel could no longer continue, it seems that he has continued to make bot hunting content. So perhaps he got over his fear of the bot mafia doing him any harm.
So he didn't shut down his channel.
Yeah, what the fuck? What? Alright, well, I thought he did. Well, there you go. You know, Russian bot farmers for gold. Is there a lot of money to be made in World of Warcraft?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh. Oh yeah.
Like, could it be a full-time? Could you selling shit in World of Warcraft be a full-time job?
Probably. You could be a gold farmer because there's websites that people sell gold. You can also be a level up characters. Well, I used to follow this guy called Wow Hobbs, and people would pay him to run through dungeons to level up.
All right. We also got another post of what is the craziest WoW ruin my life story you've ever heard. And someone said, my best friend had moved west to a major city. and was enjoying it after growing up in small towns. And he suggested he come out here and find work too now that he just graduated high school. He was always diligent, sharp, funny, and clean guy. He worked part-time all through high school and saved up upwards $20,000. He moved into my city and I got him a place to live with my other friend who rented a home and a house. I showed him WoW when he came. He was instantly hooked. He was supposed to find work, but 3 to 4 months in and he was still just playing WoW, smoking pot and drinking. Eventually, I started noticing big shifts in him. He stopped answering calls. My other friend would say he wouldn't see him during the day and just hear him up all night. Weeks passed and I'd see him online, but he'd barely even respond to me there. I kept asking to hang out and he'd ignore me, which really weirded me out. I finally went to the house to confront him and see what was going on, and I was shocked. His room was literally piled with garbage, both bagged and strewn. His desk and bed were covered with black garbage bags and beer cans, but the saddest part was a little nest he made for himself on the hardwood floor where he had moved his computer and would lay, play, and sleep, only leaving to smoke and bio, meaning shit and piss. He pissed and shit. I talked to him. He was out of money. I racked up his credit card completely and was behind on rent paying my friend. There was nothing I could do. I called his mom. They drove 14 hours and came and picked him up, cleaned out his room, and took him back home. He rehabilitated, but was never the same. He was never happy again and struggled with addiction like I never knew prior. He's doing a lot better now. He moved out to a farm and lives with minimal tech and helps ranchers in the area for work. But I always remember that very dark time. Jesus Christ. This guy started playing World of Warcraft. It got so severe that he had to adopt an Amish lifestyle to get him out. Here's the thing too, with a lot of WoW players, I've seen this. I had a buddy who lived basically in his grandma's basement and just perpetually played games all day, like World of Warcraft and all that stuff too. The thing that stuck out to me in this is when he said the guy just stopped talking to him. I had a buddy who did that too, and I don't know why. Just one of those things. I think you just get lost in the sauce. Another ruin my life post here was my friend's family and coworkers all played WoW. In 2005, my brother started dating a girl from work, and a year later they were married. We got her sucked into the game too. They were reasonably happy until several years later he got a job working on the road. It paid really well, and they needed the money because they got a little over their heads with the mortgage, as majority of people do. She stayed home with the kids, playing WoW all day while he was on the road. She transferred servers with her progression guild. She spammed Battle.net looking for people to pick up groups, some empty raid slots, but when any of her IRL friends and her family offered, she'd balk and go about what a dick the guild leader was and how he'd suck the fun out of it for us. We wondered what the she saw in this guild that she couldn't get any other progression guild. We thought she just didn't like us anymore. That is until she packed her shit and moved to the other side of the country to live with her fucking guild leader she met on the internet, who lived at home with his parents, who didn't have a job. She told him my brother was a violent, abusive thug that hit her and the kids. God damn! Which isn't true at all. Like, I had to paraphrase that, which that did not happen.
Liar, liar.
Liar, 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 pants on fire. She'd been trying to hide her online affair from her friends and family by convincing us raiding with her guild would suck. They were divorced a few months later. WoW destroyed their marriage. And luckily, as always, we get to end on a very peachy, upbeat story. Gamer couple locks children in a room to gain more. A husband and wife were sent to prison for neglecting their two young daughters, ages 5 and 6. They were found with horribly damaged teeth, covered in dirt, and visibly malnourished. Great parents. Lester and Petra Huffmeyer, both 41 years old, are both gamers absolutely obsessed with World of Warcraft. WoW community, we're looking at you right now. They lived inside their mobile home and were unemployed, spending every waking hour playing the game. In order to focus on playing the game, the couple had locked their daughters inside their room for years in order to play uninterrupted. When their living conditions were investigated, it was discovered that the home was covered in mold and cobwebs, stacks of trash, debris, and even feces. Strangely enough, police also discovered a pile of used condoms under a stuffed teddy bear. They were charged with child abuse, false imprisonment, and contributing to delinquency of a minor. Lester was sentenced to 5 years, and Petra was sentenced to 3 years and 4 months. God damn. What is that even a WoW community thing? That's just a fucking monster. You know, World of Warcraft is, people love it. We've seen some things here. There was so much shit that we found online that maybe we'll make another video someday. And they're like, the video is not about Blizzard, it's just about World of Warcraft. I mean, Blizzard itself has its own beautiful can of worms that we could dive into as well someday. It was something that we looked into, is just some of the horror stories of, I guess, just the kind of crazy people that play these games. And also, once again, it's with everything. It's not just World of Warcraft. I'm not just saying that World of Warcraft fans are gross little gremlins. I'm saying everybody's gross little gremlins. Every subsect, every internet community, every gamer community has their own little hodgepodge of misfits, right? And it's just fun to look in on it sometimes. World of Warcraft, I cannot believe how popular it still is today. And if we find some more funny stuff, which there was, I mean, so much stuff, maybe we'll make another one and keep going over it, because this was a nice little eye opener. So until next time, it's just a game. Don't dox people. Don't DDoS people. Just play the game. That's all I have to say.
She's right about to get to level 60. Just that far away. How do you think about this?
Just want to let you guys know that we have a new channel out called Meaty Magic. If you like Magic the Gathering content, you can go there and subscribe. If not, go yourself. Enjoy the video.
Long ago, when the pyramids were still young, Egyptian kings played a game of great and terrible power. But these shadow games erupted into a war that threatened to destroy the entire world, until a brave and powerful pharaoh locked.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down, because today we're talking about trading card games. Mostly the tournaments, the people, the fandoms. And let me tell you guys, trading card games is not what it used to be. It used to be something, it's a lot like what I imagine like D&D is, right? And all of a sudden you have that Eddie Munson guy from Stranger Things, and now girls finger their thinking about D&D. It's not what it was back in the day. It used to buy that stuff in private. You play with your boys, and then you would feel really embarrassed, and you feel kind of gay if somebody caught you playing it. But TCG, it's not what it was back in the day. It used to buy that stuff in private. You play with your boys, and then you would feel really embarrassed, and you feel kind of gay if somebody caught you playing it. But TCG trading card games have experienced a remarkable surge in popularity over the years, mostly through the pandemic of people hoarding cards, not only for content, but big pulls, right? Franchises like Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, Digimon's back. I would have never expected. Yu-Gi-Oh! And even the One Piece card game is seeing a bunch of love right now. And yes, even MetaZoo, they're not even around anymore, did contribute to the growth of the trading card games. I love that one story you told me of the guy being like, what the hell am I supposed to do with all my MetaZoo cards now? But much of this increased interest can be attributed to the pandemic, when people had extra stimmy funds to spend on crack and packs. Instead of spending it on bills and water and food, people were like, I'm gonna get a Pokemon pack of cards and then I'll flip it and have even more stimmy money. But then you also had high profile individuals like Logan Paul and Post Malone entering the TCG collecting scene, which further fueled the unboxing craze. I mean, you had Logan Paul, I think he even had like a case that he wore around his neck when he was in the WWE. He like pulled a Charizard, it was like a Pikachu thing, or
Pikachu art. He bought it for 5.3 million.
5.3 million.
And then he did something where you could basically, he sold 51% of it.
Yeah, you like own part of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't fucking know. And then Post Malone has so much fuck you money that he's basically like, also like Wizards is just like, what'd you say? I had some help. It ain't.
You want a custom card? We'll do it for. I don't care.
And then there was the Lord of the Rings set, and the guy pulled the One Ring. There was a very special card called the One Ring. It was a 1 of 1. It was the most expensive Magic card ever. And Post Malone bought it for like $2 million, $2.2 million or something like that. Now he just has, I had some help. I made the bottom out myself. Don't act like you. But one might think it's all about collecting cards and treating them like stocks of gold, right? But at its core, these card games are meant to be played. And beneath the layer of casual play lies a competitive tournament scene with its own darker and slimy underbelly. And this is where the real shit is. If you're sitting there and you're just like, I'm cracking some packs because we just like it. I'm doing a stream later if you guys want to come by and watch me crack some packs. I hope I pull a Charizard. That. You want to talk to the people going to a fucking strip mall card shop, playing tournaments. Everyone smells like hell. And it's like being of casual play belly, and this is where the real shit is. If you're sitting there and you're just like, I'm cracking some packs because we just like it. I'm doing a stream later if you guys want to come by and watch me crack some packs. I hope I pull a Charizard. That. You want to talk to the people going to a fucking strip mall card shop, playing tournaments. Everyone smells like hell, and it's like being. I would attribute it. This is gonna be a bold statement to say, but I would attribute it to trench warfare in World War I. I would say which one's worse. I don't know. Dying of toxic gas or sitting next to a morbidly obese guy with back pimples eating Taiwanese food right out of a wet styrofoam. Oh my god, one of those styrofoam containers. You know what I mean? He's just like, what'd you do? He's just sweating profusely. Like, fuck, it's horrible. So, let's take a look at the strange and stinky world of trading card games. Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to say it, but as with all good things in life, there are stereotypes of the trading card game player or the trading card game itself. Nerdy games such as this tend to bring out a lot of strange characters to public events and often attach negative stereotypes to the trading card communities. So this is where people sit there and they're just like, I'm not very social, right? They're social butterflies here, right? Just all they do is talk. My God. But first I want to talk about, most of them are found to be rather gross and pretty stinky. It's easy to look at them, right? It's easy to have eyes and a nose, right? The longest running complaint against almost every trading card player is that they have a reputation for being incapable of basic hygiene, unable to wash themselves, wipe properly. I have that problem sometimes. You know, I had a whole thing about people saying that I had no idea. How do you wipe? What do you do with your toilet paper?
So I grab 3 sheets and then I fold it in half.
So you do a fold?
Yeah, fold.
I've had some people say they fold. Or they wrap around their hand and it's a nice smooth thing like that.
It's the toilet paper.
Well, let me tell you something. What I do, I barely take any off of it, and I bunch it up like that, and then I wipe my ass. But apparently I wasn't digging hard enough. All I know is that people were like, that is an inferior way, because my whole thing was that if I bunch the toilet paper like this and I wipe my asshole, then it acts like a tool and it scrapes all the surfaces, versus if it was smooth, it's just basically mudding it down in your ass. All I'm saying is I sympathize with these people. They don't bathe, maybe don't wipe good enough, definitely don't brush them teeth. No deodorant, nothing, no clean clothes. The basic hygiene essentials, right?
Stinky farts.
Stinky farts, which if you fart and it doesn't stink, fuck yourself.
I played this one game. I was, I think, in 2nd grade, and I had to forfeit because my player was farting too much.
You're at a trading card tournament, and so you forfeited the match because the guy was like...
well, what happened was I was playing, and then my brother...
You're like...
It smells awful.
And a lot of new players are absolutely shocked at the smells that come out of local tournaments. I mean, if you better buckle up. It's so bad that a lot of local card shops have had to display signs outside stores urging players to bathe and to wear deodorant before attending events. The store owner has to beg and plead to its customer base, just saying, please put on some Old Spice before you come in, please. Just put on clean socks. But in 2024, a Japanese man recounts his experience at a Yu-Gi-Oh event where he overheard a woman expressing that this was her very first tournament. And already you know that sentence is gonna end in a different way. He noticed that she left the event early. First off, I want to say, why was he scouting her so much?
I bet he was like, oh, she's so beautiful. I bet she was the only girl.
Like one of the only girls there. He's just like... He noticed that she left the event early, and then he even made a tweet about it later, talking about his frustrations with the aggressive nature of Yu-Gi-Oh players, making it too hard for new players to come in. They're bullying people out of the game, god damn it. His tweet went, I still think, I hope people don't come to hate Yu-Gi-Oh. If you're a man, please be a little bit kinder to women, even if it's just a little bit. It sounds bad to say I'm going easy on you, so if I'm up against a man, I'll beat him to a pulp, no matter if he's a beginner or whatever. When the other person is a woman, hey, if there are more female duelists, there will only be benefits for men. So please support us. So it seems like if it's a woman, I will tip my cap and say, my lady, let's just have some fun and not be competitive. Is that what he's saying? Oh, this guy's a douche. Also, that makes the whole thing about him watching her so much more creepy, doesn't it? Where were you going, my love? Are you leaving so soon? But this post gained a lot of traction, and eventually the woman being referred to in the post found the tweet and responded to it. I saw this because it was circulating, but considering the circumstances, it might have been me, but I left halfway through because I couldn't stand the smell. It's not like I lost or was sad. I like how she's just like, it's a game. I was there because people were shitting their pants, and it just smelled like salty peanut butter and shame. And then no wonder the numbers of female duelists aren't increasing. There are some stinky female duelists. She's like, there's some stinky pussy out there too, boys, don't worry. I like to think if I was a woman, credit card swipe, like that, and I'd say, I play my... Yeah, okay, whatever. According to people who attended tournaments, it is not uncommon for certain venues to have deodorant on hand in case a player is accused of smelling unbearably bad. It has become a common topic of discussion. If you are throwing a tournament, why would you not just spend $40 on the event and just have them be like, bro, you know what I mean? At what point are people like, sorry, you know?
That'd be so embarrassing.
Oh, fuck you. I'd say good. Make it be, because then next time, guess who's gonna shower up? Probably not him. Yeah, I'm not going to learn. He's like mocking you. In the r/Pokemon trading card game subreddit, someone does it always smell this bad? I love that question. Does it? Like eyes glimmering. I played in my first tournament hosted in a game shop yesterday, and once the competitors started coming in, the place really began to stink, like unwashed clothes or something. Mold is what they're saying. I still enjoyed myself, but I felt almost nauseous at times, and it's making me hesitant to go next week. Is this a common occurrence in the TCG world? Why does it have to be this way if so? And some people responded, the first time I walked into a comic/card shop with a tournament going on, it transported me back to grade school gym class when all the kids were just figuring out they smell, except it was adult men, mostly men.
That brings me back because in middle school, I don't think I washed my gym clothes once. The entire year.
I mean, yeah. Just like stinky piss and sweat shorts, whatever. Yeah. I feel like the big thing back then was nobody washed their shit, but then the only thing was like Axe body spray just came out. So the people, it's basically just fumigating all the fucking walkers, just like and you like visibly see the axe in the air. Oh, it smells good, dude. And you like throw it back at you. I mean, it's such bullshit. Yes, this is a normal thing. Lol. I didn't know until I started working at a card shop. Yu-Gi-Oh players tend to be the worst for it for some reason. That is true. That is undeniably true. I worked at a comic shop, and we would have, on Sundays, we'd have Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, and it was the smelliest fucking crowd. Also, they all worked at the Ford factory for some reason. I don't know what it is with Ford hiring meth addicts and fucking Yu-Gi-Oh players, but that's like their demographic. That's all they hire. Dude, you smoke meth? No. You play Yu-Gi-Oh? Oh, yes. Yes, I do. Okay, come on in, please. You want a real spicy story? I'm a tournament organizer at a small local game store, and I had a player arrive 25 minutes late for the tournament that came in and power walked to the bathroom very quickly. He comes up to ask if he can still sign up, and I'm like, sure, bud, go ahead and wait over there. I look over and see that he has poop all over the back of his shorts and legs. I catch him before he sits down. I tell him he's got to clean up. Oh, I did. Oh, trust me, I did. Don't worry. So I had to very loudly argue with a player that had crapped himself in front of over a dozen players that he had not, in fact, cleaned himself. Having to explain that he would need to go home and shower before he'd be allowed back was the icing on the cake. I like how, what kind of cleanup did he do in the bathroom? He probably just like wiped himself off real quick and like didn't even use soap too. He just turned on the sink and he was like, here we go. Some people have to get creative to mask the smell without confronting people and making a scene, which somebody made a post saying, how do you deal with local game store stink? Went to play draft the other night at a local game store, just moved to a new area. I'm pretty sensitive to smells, and it was so rank in there. I couldn't stay. I was thinking of wearing a mask with peppermint oil in it, but I don't want to ostracize myself. He's literally a plague doctor, is what you're saying? Has anyone got any techniques for dealing with this? Edit, I'm in a rural area, and this is the only local game store within 2 hours, so I really want to make it work. Brutal. And then also a Twitter user posted an image from a Pokemon Regionals tournament in Baltimore showing a chair with a supposed puddle of piss underneath it. And a debate was sparked about whether or not this was from an energy drink or a player's urine. The ring of liquid suggested it was a drink, but it's insane that the community has gotten to a point where people aren't sure about the truth. It's so weird that it should even be a debate. It should just be, someone probably spilled a drink and someone's like, I bet you it's piss. I bet you at this Pokemon tournament, someone just pissed on the ground and they walked away. And apparently, this is not a one-time occurrence, which a man named Ira Perlman said 3-2 drop at Vancouver after sitting on a chair soaked in someone else's urine for 20 minutes without noticing. Let's go, Pokemon. Seeing this, the piss chair in question was, you can see the chair here. Apparently that was just soaked in piss and he was sitting in it. You think it was one of those things too where you sit down and you ever sit down in a chair and you're like, is this wet? What the fuck is this?
20 minutes?
For 20 minutes though, he's just like, I feel like a lot of people just
smelled it. He's like,
what,
after it's soaked in.
Oh, not only after it's soaked in, but you have to imagine the smell in there to begin with. All these smells masking it. Yeah. So after a while, you sat there and he probably, I wonder if he got up and he was like smelled the cushion or some shit. Oh. It got to the point where Konami and Wizards of the Coast had to come out with new policies for the tournaments that force people to perform basic hygienes, which this is legitimate documentation from the rules now. Subsection 1, right off the bat. Subsection 1, they're just like hygiene immediately. We're not even gonna get to the rules of the game yet. Hygiene. What changed? Like they're just like, what's new with it? This is a new section requiring all persons attending a tournament to be clean and wear clean clothes. Like how before they're just like, we didn't give a f, but it's good. I don't even know why we have to have this in actual documentation. What does this mean? In case you've never heard of that before in your life. If you or your clothing is excessively dirty or bad smelling, you can be penalized. Boys, you're starting to lose points now.
I was gonna say that's gonna get them. Oh, come on!
Oh, my score! Fuck! Not only that, but the epidemic of plumber butt at Magic the Gathering events resulted in a viral series of images posted back in 2014. I feel like a lot of people have seen these. This man and the guy who did this meme walking around, which first off, I gotta say, if your ass crack is out for everybody to see, and in the photos you don't even see your face. I'm just like fuck off, because what's crazy is the man was later banned from Magic the Gathering events for the following 18 months for the stunt. So over a year ban for that. Doesn't that seem kind of excessive? And it was deemed unsportsmanlike conduct. Fuck off, dude. Your whole asshole is out for everyone to see, pimples and hairs and all that shit. Whatever. But what about another one? Next up on our little list of trading card stereotypes is that they're all socially awkward and cringe. This is also a fact. Are these really stereotypes if every single one of them are true?
Some stereotypes are true.
A lot of stereotypes are based on truth, I guess. You know, you have the viral video of the guy playing the game in the card shop and the kid across from him's obviously laughing, whatever. I gotta say, the Yu-Gi-Oh guy, to me, I'm like, that's just, if you're at a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh tournament and you're not doing that, are you even playing the game? Right? I'm doing the whole show and you showed up to a tournament, motherfucker giving you a show.
The best part is the glasses too at the end.
He points it up and he does. He sits there and even explains that where he's like, yep, just out 9,000 life points. That's what I love. I love it. I fucking love that guy.
Oh. I wish you would. Do it! Come on! Hand trap me! I dare you!
I can't do this.
I bet you
This is
won't!
after, this is after the money and pussy got to his head.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now he's just loud and people are just like, come on. Which, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh people, you know, there's people who even mimic the game in person, overtly loud, not understanding the social cues of, hey, this might be kind of cringe, but people are kind of giggling nervously and laughing, only adding fuel to the fire of him being like, people must really like this. Or you could just, let's just say they don't even do the show. How about a trading card game player who eats his opponent's cards? Someone at this cup just ate their opponent's lost vacuum and called a judge for deck check. Someone please explain this to someone who doesn't play. Okay, good, because I was thinking the exact same thing. In Pokemon TCG, there's local tournaments known as League Cups that earn you points to qualify for World Championship, so they're held to a higher standard than normal local play. One of these standards is having a deck list submitted before the tournament. If you have an invalid deck list, wrong cards / missing cards, etc., you can get a penalty such as a game loss. The individual ate one of his opponent's cards to make their deck not match the deck list submission. So when a judge checks the deck, it will appear wrong, missing one card and then getting a game loss. God damn, I gotta say, that's a strategy. Check his deck. He's like little bits of cardboard on his mouth. Check it. Check the deck, dude. It's not gonna be matched up. Bullshit. Judge! Another one of these experiences, another time a guy at a regionals would take random moments during the duel to, it's hard to explain, anime formula speech, I guess. It was a goddamn impossible to watch. Absolutely planet splitting. At the end of the day, he tried asking a girl out this way and it went as well as it ever could. Dude, I don't know. I feel like if I was a girl, I'd probably give up a little. I'd give up a little tail if a guy was just like, you are the light of my eyes. You know, do you think it was like that, or do you think he was just like, I am made for you and you are my rose. I am but a beast and you are my beauty. Another stereotype is that a lot of trading card game players are unapologetically horny, which, sure, much like any fandom, I would say with some trading card, like I'm a big Magic guy and there's a lot of very odd characters who get kicked out of the game for various weird sexual shit, like sexting cosplayers and stuff like that, sending lewd pictures and being like, God, you're beautiful, like harassing cosplayers who show up to, you know, dressed up as characters to these events. And it is common to see hypersexual playmats brought out to local events and tournaments, and it has become quite commonplace. So people show up here. I don't know if we can show this, but basically, if I had to, if this is blurred, I'll just show you that this is some kind of playmat for some trading card game. I don't know which game it is, but it's girls, anime girls, bent over, various ages here, with basically their asshole being split open, with and their pussy lips kind of spread out from thongs, and they're bent over. The guy just rolled that in front, and he's just like, "You ready to play a game?" You know what I mean? What I don't like about this too is it makes me think that the guy's like, he's chubbed up under the table. You know, I'm glad you killed this one so you could remove it from the den. He's just like, little scratch and sniff. Oh, I can see some guy being like, really?
Really?
Which you can even say this, and people, you know, we're talking about playmats, but there's also card sleeves. That woman's nipple is just out.
Say, yeah, that
we have to blur that. Also, there's like bondage porn on this one sleeve. What the fuck is who are getting these sleeves? Good fucking god! It's gotten so bad that Konami had to come out with a new rule banning unofficial playmats and card sleeves for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship in 2024. I like how they're like, they have to be ours. They have to be approved by ours. The guy sitting there, he's like. It's like just like a full HD picture of an asshole. He's just like, One of the more major reasons this rule was enforced was to stop people from bringing horny playmats that make the event not suitable for the younger audience that attends these events. Well, dude, time to grow up. I used to go to some card tournaments, and this guy, this kind of religious dad, would bring his son. He's just like, guys, no swearing. I'm like, you brought him to a fucking public place, you idiot. You know what I mean? He's like, he'd do this to his kid. So if somebody was just like, oh, are you fucking kidding me? He'd do...
Too late at that
to his kid. Well, I'm like, it's already said. Exactly. And the kid was like this. That was the one time in my life where I was like, this feels like what I would imagine a cuck is. You know what I mean? The guy goes home and he's just like, I went to my first play night at my local card shop the other day, and there was this guy with a playmat that was basically just Nami naked. Is that you, Nick? I kind of want to get you a Nami naked one, dude. You love Nami. Like the one, like the only thing you couldn't see were her nipples. I don't know how these people feel comfortable bringing these things out in public, but I probably won't be going to any more play nights.
Actually, that guy.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just like, good, who fucking needs you there? I hate these kind of posts too, because these are the kinds of things where it's like, right, guys? Right? You can't even see her nipples, dude. What, you can't see have a big-titted woman on a playmat? You're gonna go,
how do you feel comfortable with that? Come on.
Oh, you know what? He's probably horned up and it's distracting his play. Yeah. Stop it!
Yeah, he has to tuck his boner between his thighs and he's holding him. He's just like...
I was gonna say belly button. Like he puts it in the belly button.
He stands up, puts his whole cock in his thing, his gym shorts and whatever, and he's like... I basically cannot play at locals anymore because the person who has the main Connect trading partner, longtime bro, the fuck is this? Are they dating? I found out he fucking knocked up a 16-year-old. Where are we going here? I found out he knocked up a 16-year-old that was where his twin daughters came from. I knew he had them and his ex broke up with him and he told me the truth. I know he goes to locals and the time I can't even fathom looking at him again, so ever since that, whatever. He found out the guy that was casting spells at the table knocked up a 16-year-old had twins. I can't even look anymore, bro. You seemed like such a great guy before that. I bet he was a horrendous person before that too, you know what I mean? Meth mouth and all that shit. I don't know what it is with Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon specifically at tournaments, but meth mouth like crazy. Stinky fucking like fox hoodies, you know, like the motor, like the Pac Sun shit. That kind of shit. Volcom? Bruh. I haven't gone to locals for a while, but the last time I went, this guy who didn't smell very good came into the card shop and decided to keep his hat on. A hat with the word hentai in large metal letters. There was a Pokemon tournament with many young kids and parents right next to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament. Not a pretty sight. What, a guy can't wear a hat? It's the word hentai.
I was gonna say, yeah, kids aren't gonna know what that is.
Yeah, or even if they did, fuck them. A lot of these people just sound like prudes. Don't get me wrong, there is stuff out there, but so far I'm like, it just sounds like people who are like, I don't like that. When the guy goes home, he's like, I wish I was brave enough to wear mine. There's some dude that pimps out his wife to players at bigger events for staple cards. Hell yeah. Like she'll suck your dick for a playset of Lightning Storm or something, or fuck you for a playset of Alibur. I don't know what any of that meant, but that's awesome.
If you don't fucking attack me right now, I'm gonna fucking
flip this fucking table on you, I swear to God.
You know, what have we learned so far? Trading card game people are horny, they wear weird hats, they smell bad, and you know, they'll probably hit you up if you're a cosplayer. But there's also a more vindictive side as well. For a very small sect of people, there's a very violent outrage, like this incident. In Marshfield, Missouri, at a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament on July 9th, 2024. This year happened recently, holy hell. Haven Buck was charged with first-degree burglary, possession of a controlled substance, attempted stealing, and fourth-degree assault. But what really happened? There are 5 minutes left in the round. Haven and his opponent, Jordan, are in the game 3 of their match, which is probably the last game. Unlike Magic, when the time runs out, Yu-Gi-Oh gives the person with the higher life total the win. Jordan plays and passes his turn to Haven. Then it appears. Haven begins to slow play. With 3 minutes left on the clock. Son of a bitch. Jordan asks him to play faster. Haven responds,
Nah, you can shut the fuck up though.
Jordan accuses him of slow playing. Haven says,
well, how about I punch your teeth out instead?
Jordan begins to call 911. Others around call the head judge over to defuse the situation. This causes Haven to stand up and attempt to leave. But first, he wants his prize pack, which the rest of this is summarized in a post here.
At this point, Jordan feels threatened as Haven also starts to stand up and calls 911. Players are calling for the head judge to come over to attempt to defuse the situation. Haven walks over to the register, turns the playmat he was borrowing and says, give me my prize pack now.
To which Victoria, the lady running the counter, unaware of what's happened, says, well, I'm about to do prizes here in a moment. The store owner, Jason, has now been informed of the situation and has to come over to attempt to figure out what has happened and is asking Haven questions. Haven is very aggressive. I didn't hear the full conversation, and Jason says, listen, you are hereby banned from this store, our second store's location, and I never want to see you step foot in here again. Haven demands his pack. What is all about? He's like, give me my fucking Yu-Gi-Oh pack. Jason tells him that he isn't going to get it, to which Haven puts his hand on Jason to push him out of his way and attempts to reach for the prize support pile. Jason, mind you, who's ex-military, as soon as Haven put his hand on him in an aggressive manner, grabs him and says, you need to leave now before this gets worse. They proceed to spin basically in a circle where Jason finally says, you done now, mother. It picks up Haven and slams him into the floor to detain him. Haven is all,
oh shit, you just assaulted me.
And they stand up and Haven starts to raise his fist like he's gonna swing. And as he does, 3 cops walk in, see the situation, and tackle him to the floor and take him out in handcuffs. There's more. As the officers are escorting Buckhart to the patrol car, they see someone inside of Haven's car and identify him as someone with warrants out for the arrest for failure to appear for tampering with a motor vehicle. Fucking Yu-Gi-Oh, dude, I'm telling you. Before they're about to drive Haven Buckhart to the station, he tells them that he's overdosing on gamer sex, saying that he used 30 to 45 minutes beforehand. They also found 4 grams of cocaine in his wallet, and he is currently in the Webster County Jail with a $50,000 fine. That's not a way to end this fucking thing that I don't know what I don't know. Give the fucking lunatic the stupid prize pack. I like how he's just like, I have honor, and you will not do that in my store. Also, I'm a veteran. Which, listen, and this is an important thing to say. No matter what kind of reputation the trading card game community has, these people don't represent everyone. It is the unwelcome minority that happens. These are always the stories that give these communities their reputation, right? I'm sure there's many people out there who smell fine, who don't try finger fucking chicks at tournaments, who don't do cocaine and heroin, insult store owners, you know. But some do. That's just the way the world works. And I just want to say that it's kind of interesting with all of these new waves of people collecting packs. I see it a lot. Like the content of pack opening is so crazy that it's just so funny to think that people don't even realize that these games where people go and play these games in these card shops, they exist, and it is a sight to behold sometimes. But I will say, trading card games are fun, man. You know, I mean, we probably said at the top of this video, but I did even have my own Meaty Magic channel out now. If you like Magic the Gathering content, I love it, and I'll continue to play it. But guess what? You probably won't find me at a local game store. So, until next time, everybody, stay safe, wash your pits, and have some fun. See you next time.
I know don't play. Infusing the power of ice. Contain this.
I'm so old. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing?
There's so many words and phrases being thrown around on the internet and comment sections and other kinds of places in humor that I'm lost. I'm absolutely lost in my old age. Words like gooning, edging, canthal tilt. I don't know what the people use it in normal conversations as if this is normal nomenclature just for anybody. It seems it's odd. And when looking more into it, trying to keep up with these goddamn youths, I found out that it's all kind of derivative of something called looks maxing. Maxing is a very, very popular trend right now on YouTube and TikTok and all these other places, and it's kind of embedded in male culture. Yeah, the females, they do looks maxing too. Who gives a shit, dude? We need to talk about the real fucking juggernauts of this. The real people who hurt and suffer more than anyone else. Me and the boys, aka the incel community. Hey, if you're an incel, stand up, be proud. This one's for us, guys. There's level of obviously irony and other kinds of humor in it, but it is a very real thing, and it's something that I am going to take into consideration moving forward with my own looks, because I'm a morbidly obese piece of shit. I even got my my face evaluated by a Giga Chad, and this was the score. Not good. Looks maxing is the practice to maximize one's look. And most importantly, when you're a looks maxer, your goal is modeling, which means to be more physically attractive than someone else. It's very petty, and that's why I love it so much. Looks maxing is actually a pretty old trend from around 2015 that popped up on a forum called lookism.net. It was mostly associated with incels trying to blame all of their problems on not being attractive enough to get some pussy, so the idea of looks maxing was born. Which is kind of interesting because I will say in a lot of incel communities, usually there's no kind of self-growth happening, which is the opposite of looks maxing. They're upset. I am upset. I am married and I'm upset I get no pussy. All right, dude? And nearly a decade later, looks maxing has now spread to TikTok and YouTube, and the toxicity of the culture has been growing absolutely rampant. Which, you know, some people say toxicity. I say the good word. Because to mog is to live, is what I would say. If you're not mogging, what the fuck are you really doing? There's a prominent forum called looksmax.org where young, insecure people will desperately try anything to increase their SMV, aka sexual market value. All over you, baby. There's a guy named Wheat Waffles who will rate your SMV for a very small price. And I think it's actually worth it. Which I want to say, I paid the fucking price, and this is what he had to say.
Thanks, Wheat Waffles. I think just got it, dude. Honestly, kind of do this thing. And just like cut the bullshit. We don't have to do this. I'm just saying, like that. I just want to talk about men because they just have it hard. I'm tired of like women's phone and they're like, I hate women! So let's take a look at some of the techniques to increase your SMV. And if you're a woman, get out of here! Get the hell out!
Today's video is sponsored by Fume.
If you have any unhealthy habits, maybe consider trying Fume. Once you form a bad habit, it's hard to break. And usually quitting cold turkey is the absolute worst thing someone can do. Let Fume fill the void in a natural, guilt-free way. You can still get your fix, just with healthier options. Fume's innovative, award-winning device is a sleek, lightweight, and can help you kick your habits. Fume is completely natural and replace vapor with flavored air. Instead of harmful chemicals, users can enjoy Fume's refreshing flavors like crisp mint, sparkling grapefruit, orange vanilla, and raspberry lemon. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun. Fume has served over 150,000 customers and has thousands of success stories, and there's no reason that can't be you. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com/PapaMeat or scan the QR code and use code PapaMeat to get 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. And Fume's base was just launched in January. It's a way to stand to rest your Fume on when not in use, with a magnet inside that keeps your Fume attached. The Fume device can be spun around on it, which is good for fidgeting. That's tryfum.com and use code PapaMeat to save an additional 10% off your order today. Thanks, Fume, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. What's first on our long list is soft maxing. These are lifestyle changes that include basic care to your hygiene and aesthetic presence, such as going to the gym, getting a haircut, and moisturizing. That's right, I said moisturizing. It's no longer considered gay. Back in my day, if I would have brought some lotion, or if I would have told, hey, I got some aloe vera, I'm gonna put it on my arms, people would say you're gay. And I think that actually drops my SMV. Correct? Nick? Thank you. It's basic hygiene and wearing clothes that fit you. No longer do you have tight. If you're a big guy like me, dude, you go buy clothes. I've been there, dude. Hey, I'm living it. When I had to take the step from 2X to 3X, sad day. Sad day. Now we're going to be talking about some techniques that will alter your physical appearance in some unusual ways. So, come with me. Come with me. Come on. It's like a back alley deal. Oh, come on. Seriously. No one's looking. Come on. Starting off with the jaw and face, a.k.a. your moneymaker. The first category is improving the fucking jawline. You've probably seen people on the internet, you know, do the thing where they show off their Giga Chad chin and stuff like that. It's like basically saying, hey, are you in the club? Look at me, dude. See this? I'm working, dude. I'm not saying that my SMV is high. It's on the rise, but it's not high. So I'm still working on that. I have to lose about, it shouldn't be that bad, about 120 pounds. Mewing. You're probably thinking, Pokemon. Wrong! Looks maxing 101, dude. And it's named after its creator, Dr. Mike Mew. This is a facial reconstruction technique that involves placing your tongue on the roof of your mouth to change the shape of your jawline. Some of the benefits include this: realigning your teeth so you don't have no buck-ass teeth. Improve facial aesthetics so you get that chiseled Giga Chad jaw. And it stops you from becoming a mouth breather. If you're a mouth breather and you're a fucking uggo, back of the line, get the SMV up. You're not a boss man yet. Mew immediately. I have sleep apnea, and that does not help my SMV. I want to see some before and afters, dude. 20 months mewing plus hard mewing. Oh my god, that's unbelievable. Beautiful man. SMV way up. You know, I would say that he was a pretty handsome guy to begin with, but that jawline now, unbelievable. Next up is gum chewing. The practice of gum chewing is to strengthen and sharpen one's jawline. You're probably like, is that mewing? Dude, no. Are you listening? Some people recommend chewing gum for 16 hours a day to get chiseled jaw. And they make very hard gum. You can buy extremely hard pieces of gum just for this exercise, just to get those fucking muscles right here nice and buff, dude. Mastic gums are considered to be the best, which is 8 to 11 times harder than the normal gum. Look at that. Looks like fucking, I don't know if I think I'll just stick to mewing, maybe. But there are some drawbacks, which you can develop TMJ and grind down your teeth into baby teeth. When you're trying to become a god, there's always going to be some bumpy steps along the way. But the people who persevere and who don't end up getting baby teeth or TMJ, they're the champions. Next one up is gua sha, which I feel like I've seen people roll these on dogs' heads and stuff. Which gua sha is a traditional Chinese healing method in which a trained professional uses a smooth-edged tool to stroke your skin while they press on it. You been rolled around by a Chinese guy? Well, you can do it yourself. I still like getting mine from the Chinese guy. My SMV, like I said, it's on the rise. Where's your SMV? Your SMV pretty good? This may reduce inflammation, reducing chronic pain, but it's mostly used to get sharp jawlines once again, dude. You think there's just a couple tricks in the books? Of course not, dude. Whenever Da Vinci made David, he just slapped the stone around a couple times. No. You gotta roll around. You gotta treat it right until it becomes absolutely perfect. David, the statue, definitely is a mogger. I can't speak for Da Vinci. Yes, Da Vinci was a good artist, but from what I saw in some of the pictures or paintings of him, oh boy, SMV was low. I don't really know if he was a mogging man himself. Next up, we also have thumb pulling, which thumb pulling is a technique that involves inserting both thumbs in the mouth and pulling the palate apart against the back third of the palate. So it's going back. Oh, you pull your mouth open? The goal is to create more space in the mouth and stimulate maxilla bone growth, dude. Your teeth are essentially like a bird, right? You want to pull those bad boys out. And of course, there is belt pulling, which you bite down on a belt and then lift it up. You lift it up over your head, and you know, there's some drawings of how to do this too. Let's just look at some of these. They're pretty good. This is haunting. First off, he put a lot of time in those eyes. That is fucking crazy. Dude, when we did the medieval torture device video, this is exactly what this is. Look at the fucking like the scribbles on there too. This is a madman. This is Da Vinci. This is what Da Vinci wanted to be. I thought that was his asshole for a second where he's bent over, but no. So that's him. And that's him. You put it around your knees, and you also pull that way too. Oh, this is the artist before and after images. All right, here's before one. Oh, this guy's he's a good-looking guy. He's got kind of a bit of a dud chin. Let's see afterwards though with the belt pulling. Is this the same man? This is the same guy? You know what? I think the old boy just should have grown his hair out. Because I think the long hair also accentuates. No, it was the belt pulling. I think it was a good deal, dude. I'll tell you a quick story about how I fucked my face up 5 years ago. I took a fucking belt, bit down on that shit, and started yanking it from my face with my arms. It didn't feel very good, so I lifted up my legs and put the ends around my feet, started pulling hard as possible, and felt a pop. I looked in the mirror and my face appeared forward as fuck. I was ecstatic. I finally found how to ascend hard. Praise be to you, brother. A true mogger, no matter what he says, through and through. The SMV is way up, and his belt chewing is only proof of that. I tried this for a week and then took a break. Within 2 fucking days, it all collapsed and reverted. Whoa! It was worse than before, and I literally looked like my face had shrunk. Don't pull your maxilla. Just get an expander or MSE. Wow. Next up, we have carrot maxing, which is a practice of consuming extreme amounts of carrots and foods with beta carotene in order to get that orange glow. It is recommended to eat around 7 large carrots a day, or about 7 pounds of carrots.
You want to hear something? Like 10 years ago, I was doing that.
You actually, like, literally, you were eating tons of carrots to get a glow? It just makes you orange, though.
It's supposed to make you look a little tan, but...
Well, why don't you just tan? Well, is it because of the damage that UV rays do, so this is a more holistic way of going about it? Okay, well, I can see the Mog aspect of that. Let's move on to the eyes, which the eyes, windows of the soul, dude. Very, very important when you're thinking about doing looks maxing, all right? Have you ever heard of the Canthal tilt? Oh, wait. This is the angle of your eyes are oriented on your face, dude, which we have a thing here, which is positive, looking more assertive, more dominant, neutral. You look like, not intimidating, but you could be passable. And of course, negative, you look sad. And that's going to take your SMV down just a couple points. Definitely. Okay? Is my Canthal tilt, is it positive? Editor, put like a line to see. Is it positive, Nick?
I was going to say it's either neutral or negative.
It's negative? Those with negative Canthal tilt, apparently me, are called prey eyes. These make you look weak and vulnerable, which I don't look weak and vulnerable, dude. I bet you there's been so many people who watch my videos and are like, I could fuck him up. And you know what I have to say that to? I'd be like, stop. Outside of surgery, there's no way to change your Canthal tilt, and that doesn't mean people aren't trying. Here are some exercises that are paraded around. To help with your eyes, you can do squint maxing, which do 100 partial squints before bed and try to hold squints throughout the day to train your eyes to strengthen those muscles, which I want to start doing fucking can to do these.
You can eye pull, which pulling the corner of your eyes to change the orientation of your Canthal tilt. Here's a video of that. I don't see how that would really work, but I'm going to see it anyways. Negative Canthal tilt. Here we go. I think it's good. I think I'm done. We've done the jaw, the face, and now we've done eyes. But now it's time to move on to hard maxing, which is going to more extremes and changing your appearance via cosmetic surgeries, limb lengthening surgery, and steroids. Make the tough decisions. You know, can you actually do it without help? Sometimes you need a fucking doctor's hand to help, you know what I mean? So spent 100K hard maxing to go from ugly to average. I spent most of it on multiple jaw and chin surgeries, had a very recessed chin, but a very wide jaw, and hypertrophied masseter. Jesus Christ. And hair transplants to bring my 6 head down to a 4.5 head. I also got 2 rhinoplasties and a full body liposuction. God damn, dude, this is Ken. We're talking about Ken right here. I always told myself I just want to be average. If I can get to average, it would all be worth it, and I won't have any more surgery then. Well, now I do believe I am average. I'm very happy about it. Thank God for modern medicine. But now I wish I were attractive. I spent so long thinking I'd be happy being average that I never expected to be somewhat dissatisfied when I reached my goal. But now I see how attractive girls are treated, and it just looks so much more fun. However, my body can't take any more surgery, nor can I tolerate it mentally, so average it is. Has anyone experienced the same thing after hard maxing? The man's MOG is so high, and it's a shame that he values his SMV so low. That's a fucking crazy, that's like a Greek tragedy. Teddy Roosevelt had a great quote. He said, "I have never in my life envied a human being who led an easy life. I envied a great many people who led difficult lives and led them well." That wasn't the quote I was thinking. It should be something like, "Envy is the thief of joy." I think also part of mogging is self-confidence in yourself and raising other boys up, dude. Making sure the men feel good around you. You know what I mean? I wish I could give this guy a hug. I'd buy this guy a drink. Some of the other ones for hard maxing, there is leg lengthening surgery, which is during a leg lengthening procedure, the bone is purposely broken. Surgeons fit a support device either on the outside of the leg or inside the bone that can be stretched 1 millimeter, 3 inches, or 0.03 inches every day. That's from Business Insider. What the fuck are they writing about over there? Business Insider, dude, Jesus. Another issue, if the leg becomes over-lengthened, the patient will struggle to walk and certainly cannot run. It is also costly, with the prices starting around $30,000 per leg. How fucked is that? Dude, don't give me a fucking, I'll just do one this time. Just fucking price it like it's both your legs. You're not gonna just do one, dude. Which this guy went from 5'11" to 6'6"? Oh, dude. That is crazy. Kind of reminds me of this episode of Tales from the Crypt where this rich old man keeps buying body parts from this buff guy because he wants to impress this bitch. This woman wasn't very... Was that Mog of me? Is calling a woman a bitch, is that Mog? 5'3" to 5'9". Yeah, the 5'3" to 5'9". Looks pretty natural. I'm just thinking about things like... I would actually, you know what I'm going to say? Actually, if you feel insecure about yourself, get a very expensive procedure done. You'll feel great. Bone smashing, which this one's free, but if you're a professional maybe, but I don't know about this one. Which bone smashing is the practice of hitting yourself in the face with hammers, bottles, massagers, and other blunt objects in the pursuit of beauty. This is based on Wolff's Law. It states that bones in healthy animals will adapt to the loads placed on them. An example of this is if a bone is loaded more, it will remodel itself over time and become stronger in that way. So yes, you can view and stuff. You can also take a hammer and beat your face until it forms something that you're liking. Facial fractures can result in a whole array of issues, from damage to the brain, detachment of eyeballs from muscles and eyelid structures, collapse of nasal airways or the cheekbones, injuries to the ear canals, and hearing, and more. That's my boy, Dr. Is this a woman? If this is a woman, if we're quoting a fucking woman in this Mog video, I'm going to be very upset. I'm just going to, you know what? It's from a doctor. It's from a doctor. I'll put it on the screen, but I'm not going to say the name. Next up after that, we have starve maxing. I need to take a fucking page out of this book, dude. Good lord. This is essentially starving yourself, and this is nothing new, you know, but the new term in looks maxing take over the internet. It is weirdly being praised where it normally would not. Many men in comments congratulate the people starving themselves and encourage them to go on. You gotta raise those boys up. You gotta make sure and be like, hey, no more food. You're looking great, man. Starve maxing to the most. Especially if you couple that with some mewing and some carrot maxing. I think you're on the way to doing something pretty good.
Next up is jelking. Ancient techniques to stretch the penis to help add size and girth, which I will be copying and saving this one to my phone. So how do you jelk? Put your index finger or thumb in an O shape, like okay, hand signal. Place the O-shaped gesture at the base of your banana. Make the O smaller and smaller until you put mild pressure on your penile shaft. Slowly move your finger and thumb toward the head of your penile unit until you reach the tip. Reduce the pressure if this feels painful. Boy, we're not trying to torture ourselves here, right? We're just trying to get bigger members, which in increase will bring us bigger confidence. All right? Repeat this once per day for about 20 minutes. That is a full workout, dude. They give the same instructions for a Bowflex. All right? That's how serious you have to take this. Improper techniques can cause damage to soft tissue. You can develop Peyronie's disease. That's a great name for a penile disease, dude, which is scar tissue that can build up and create severe curvature on the member. Dude, you might like that. I thought they called that a shooting rainbow. I thought people liked that. Some people have also experienced erectile dysfunction. Next up is probably the one I've seen most commonly, and people have probably also seen most commonly, is edging and, of course, gooning. Edging is masturbating and stopping yourself before orgasm, and then beginning again, keeping yourself close to climax, but never getting there. Gooning is a form of masturbation that involves edging for a long period of time, resulting in hypnotic, trance-like states, which masturbation is so intense that it becomes a state of meditation that consumes you and provides endless pleasure. You either pair it with overstimming, which is as you possibly can, or edging. There is not one way to goon. They all just have one goal: be consumed by masturbation and bliss. Here's a couple comments I thought were applicable. Back in November, I was doing the No Nut November challenge, but I edged for every single day of the month. On December 1st, I started to masturbate and edge like 6 more times before I almost passed out from the intensity of that orgasm. So much, I had to take a bath and look for a towel to clean everything up. No joke, I like 4 ounces. And of course, the first comment underneath it is just beautiful. Which, boys, that's what we need to do. We need to boost our boys up. That's an incredible feat. An entire month of edging. Wow. If it was me, I would. Well, Nick, here's the thing. Would you say, are you an edger or are you a gooner? You said that with a lot of, like, that was a very non-mog way of saying that. You can't just whisper edger, dude. Say it loud and proud, dude. You're goddamn right. Next up, we have munting. Munting is a variation of necrophilia involving 2 living people and 1 dead person. It can be male or female. It's a corpse. All right, it's a dead corpse. And if you see someone who munts, you need to stay clear of that guy. But if you do, this is how to munt if that's a road that you want to go down, which is find and dig up a semi-decomposed corpse. One person then goes down on said corpse while the other one jumps on the dead person's stomach, causing the juices to be forced out of all orifice. These are drank by the person orally connected to the corpses. I want to throw up a little bit. And I want to say that this has nothing to do with looks maxing. Like I said, it's just part of the nomenclature of what we're talking about. And there is a munting subreddit, but you have to literally request access and be granted in to see what's happening. So if anybody has that Pandora's box key, I guess maybe share it with the world, because I'm kind of curious, if I'm being honest. Which, lastly, we have rope maxing, which, you know, you do all these changes, you put your heart and soul into it, and you still can't get laid, you resort to rope maxing, which is basically unaliving yourself. If you're a true mocker, and you're trying to get your SMV up, then you will goon yourself into enlightenment, and you will know that your brothers are around you, belt chewing, mewing, hard mewing, carrot maxing, leg lengthening, doing everything they can to boost themselves up, but then also boost their boys up. And here's the thing, guys, because like I said, there's no women in here, so we can talk candidly. It's important to have confidence within yourself. I myself am a mogger. I goon from time to time. Hell, I'll even edge if I feel like it. But one thing that's important is boosting up your fellow man. As a man, it's a nice club of people where it's easy to feel down on yourself. Something that women can't understand, all right? So I would say, if you see a man in the street, see if he mews. Compliment a jawline. Offer helpful suggestions, right? Most importantly, worry about your own SMV and try to boost all the other SMVs around you. Because it's not a competition, boys. It's a lifestyle.
What are you gonna tell me to do? Oh, I'm comfortable in my own skin. Look how weak my chin is. Look how bulbous I am, dude. I look like the goddamn Michelin Man. You think I'm stoked about being a non-Mog? Fuck that. You're trying to Mog to be more Mog than any other man around you. I love it, dude.
Embrace darkness.
Imagine this. It's the early 1930s. The Great Depression is in full swing, and the nation is gripped with economic despair. FDR, Franklin D. Roosevelt, the creature that I named my dog after. I mean the guy, the President of the United States, not a creature.
I, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
He was just elected president at this time, and he promised a new deal to lift the country out of the financial abyss that it found itself within. As a result of the Great Depression, the big scare, or whatever. A lot of old people talk about it and stuff, and they ate salt and dirt and things like that for months. Pretty wild. Imagine this on top of imagining that. Behind the scenes, a group of incredibly powerful businessmen were hatching a plan like Dr. Evil and Number 2. A plan so audacious that it aimed to overthrow the government of the United States of America. This is not Austin Powers 4. This is real life. It's called The Business Plot.
I appeared before the Congressional Committee, the highest representation of the American people, under subpoena to tell what I knew of activities which I believe might lead to an attempt to set up a fascist dictatorship.
And this video is about the CIA and coups. And we're going to talk about all this today in this long-ass video that we've been working on for a while. So if you want to see more content like this, press the like button. And also, if you don't want to see anything like this ever again, press the like button as well. We'll be talking about the business plot first, and then we will go into the CIA. Obviously, the CIA did not come into existence until 1947. This is 1933. But once again, in my opinion, it really sets the stage. The business plot does that. AKA the Wall Street puts, whatever the that means. That's some 1930s talk, all right? That's some transatlantic colloquialism. In 1933, the Wall Street Putsch, aka the business plot, was a political conspiracy put forth by a couple of plotters that aimed to overthrow FDR as a result of his New Deal policies.
During the campaign of 1932, FDR's promise of jobs for the unemployed frightened businessmen who feared he would turn a capitalist nation socialist and engage in what they viewed as reckless government spending.
They wanted to dismantle that whole idea. They believed that these policies were steering the United States of America towards socialism, and that's not good, or they didn't think it was at the time, and they believed that these new policies were detrimental to the interests of, well, themselves, and they just thought they were God, so themselves. They believed that these policies were bad, harmful to their money. In the minds of these plotters, Roosevelt was an existential threat to everything that they held dear, and they were determined to stop him at any cost. These weren't just random people. This wasn't like your classic revolution, 1776 style, or whenever the French ones happened. There was a lot of them. These were influential figures of the time. People who ran major corporations, people who ran financial institutions. You couldn't guess it. The titans of America.
The fathers of the industrial age.
What was their plan exactly? Well, it was to create a private army financed by their immense wealth as masters of the universe and march on Washington, D.C. and force FDR out of office, which is incredibly bold. Enter Major Smedley Butler, a retired Marine Corps officer and two-time Medal of Honor recipient.
Plan as outlined to me was to form an organization of veterans, to use as a bluff or as a club at least, to intimidate the government and break down our democratic institutions.
How do you get 2 Medals of Honor in World War I? Do you have to die twice? That's crazy. Butler
as you can imagine by his 2 medals of honor, was a man of honor, a true patriot, and the absolute last person you'd ever expect to be involved in a conspiracy such as this. Yet, he found himself at the center of the plot when he was approached by the conspirators to lead their private army. He was their chosen dictatorial leader.
My main interest in all this is to preserve our democratic institutions. I want to retain the right to vote, and the right to speak freely, and the right to write.
But Butler stood on business, and he was no ordinary man, okay? He was a man who had seen the dark side of power and corruption. He was not easily swayed.
If we maintain these basic principles, our democracy is safe.
He even publicly supported FDR, and as you might guess after what I just said, instead of deciding to join the plot, he decided to expose the shit out of it. He testified before Congress, he revealed the details of the conspiracy, and he named the key figures involved. Wow. And while Mr. Smedley's testimony made headlines, many lesser-known details revealed the true depth of the conspiracy and the mindset of the powerful people of that time and why they exactly wanted to do this. A couple of the people involved, one of them you're not going to believe. Actually, you'll probably believe it. It's Donald Trump.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Just kidding, it's a lie. But one of the plot's primary financiers is Gerald McGuire, a bond salesman. Sounds boring as fuck. He served as a liaison between the business elite and potential military leaders that they would install when their coup was successful. McGuire traveled extensively to gather support and intelligence for this plot. This really, truly underscores the seriousness in which they approached this treasonous nonsense. Another key figure, little guy named Prescott Bush. Ever heard of him? Maybe the last name rings a bell. He is the father of future President George H.W. Bush and the grandfather of future President George W. Bush. Hey guys, did you hear my granddad tried to overthrow the United States of America in 1933? Shit's crazy.
Now watch this drive.
Now, to be fair to Mr. Prescott, his involvement remains a bit of a subject to debate, but he had very many connections to the powerful men behind the plot. And this whole thing at this point is probably unbelievable to you. Because I know when I first learned about it, it was unbelievable to me. Oh, and you know what else is interesting? Well, you might find it interesting at least. The son of Prescott Bush, aka George H.W. Bush, if that is his real name, would later become the director of the CIA, the funny little 3-letter agency I'm talking about in today's video primarily. And this is kind of a striking thing, maybe, if you ask me. And then you've got, I don't want to get too conspiratorial.
There's an attack on the species by a guild of psychopaths, and they must be defeated. I'm gonna settle down.
We're gonna really stick to kind of established facts here in this video, but my God, there's a lot of yarn and thumbtacks to be had and corkboard type, a lot of fun involved in this. Now, one thing that's really different about the 1930s compared to now is there was a lot of elite people who believed themselves to be the ultimate arbiters of America's destiny. Just kidding. There's a lot of people who are still, that's still a thing. That's like still a huge thing. But these guys back in the 30s played a crucial role in the conception, inception, and actual initiation of the business plot.
Roosevelt's New Deal policies, which addressed almost every sector of the economy in the form of regulations, social programs, and financial reforms, made him an ever-growing problem in the eyes of big business and banks.
These folk believed that their wealth and influence genuinely entitled them to direct the course of the nation, the United States of America. To be fair, nothing like what it is now, right? Kind of like before everything really took off post-World War II. We kind of got real awesome after that, the whole Cold War and shit, and the big boom we saw after World War II. But like the whole military-industrial complex combined with this mindset, you did a lot of obvious shit. Just saying. That sets the stage, I hope, a little bit. We just talked about the business plot. I implore you to read a book or two on it. There may only be a few, I'm not exactly sure, but there's plenty of information out there. This sets the stage for what we are now to talk about, and that is the CIA and the obsession with the American government and overthrowing small governments
by the Western secret services who aimed to infiltrate Albania and overthrow the communist regime of Enver Hoxha.
And big ones. What the fuck?
Let's talk about the time that the American government orchestrated a coup
to depose an Australian Prime Minister?
The CIA was established in 1947, shortly after the end of the Second World War. President Harry S. Truman signed the National Security Act and gave unprecedented powers to a bunch of awesome three-letter agencies. The Atomic Energy Council, which became the DOE, I think, and then the CIA, and then, Yo Mama, because she's big, you know, and she has unprecedented size and power.
Please clap.
Now, so what does the CIA do? I know a couple of guys who are in the CIA who were in the CIA. I know one guy who was hanging out in Islamabad when Osama bin Laden died. I'm not saying there's any sort of correlation or anything like that, but I've got his shirt. And I wear it sometimes. And I think he's died now. I think he passed on. Anyways, if you are one to believe what the government tells you, the CIA is an agency that simply collects, evaluates, and disseminates information that has been gathered on economic, military, political, and scientific developments around the world, beyond just the borders of the United States of America. And the honest intent from A to Z is to safeguard national security. That is what the official story is. That's what I like to believe.
Our mission is straightforward but critical. Leverage the power of information to keep our nation safe. Our problem set is complex and cannot be solved by one person alone.
But what I don't like to believe is that there's a lot of crazy shit that happens in the interests of our nation's security and stability and in our interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CIA.
We have some interesting interests, it seems like. On the CIA's official website, they tout themselves as the nation's first line of defense. They accomplish what others simply cannot accomplish, and they go where others simply cannot go. Classic American government propaganda. I love it. I used to have Marine Corps posters all in my room when I was a kid, you know, because I love the Marine Corps. But I am not a fascist bootlicker, so not that big of a fan of propaganda, to be honest. But still love the American government, by the way, just to be clear. But we're talking about the CIA, which is kind of like the edgy teenager of the government.
For the first time now, the CIA has released documents that show its role in the 1953 coup.
So yeah, that's what the CIA does if you're keen on drinking the US Gov Flavor Aid. Beside the CIA, you've probably heard of other three-letter agencies like the FBI or the NSA or all the other ones. But unlike the FBI and the NSA, the CIA spies on foreigners. The FBI and NSA spies on us. The CIA was built to focus on overseas affairs and thus has no capacity to perform law enforcement functions on American soil or gather intelligence on American citizens. Now, I'm not so sure about that. Based on what I believe and know and have learned, that is public information, but like, we'll see.
Under code names like MK Ultra, the CIA spent 25 years and $25 million on secret mind control research.
Now, let's begin our exploration of some coups. I would like to consider these funny little coups to be the product of the CIA when they were at their most powerful and had their furthest reach with the littlest amount of oversight. All very fun things, especially when combined and given unprecedented power from the United States government. Can you believe this is real life? I'm gonna be using the word coup a lot. I assume most of you know what it is, but I will go ahead and give a definition. A coup, a sudden, violent, and unlawful seizure of power from a government. Yeah, a coup d'etat. They've happened a lot. There's a whole shit ton of them. Okay, guys, and we've done a lot ourselves. We've done a whole shit ton of them. In the early 1960s, before the times of trouble in the 70s, political instability, economic instability flooded South America, specifically Brazil. Brazil was stricken with high inflation and some economic stagnation.
In the case of Brazil, the democratically elected government of President João Goulart, also known as Jango, was overthrown by an opposition faction within the armed forces, supported by the more conservative elements of Brazilian society.
These two things in unison led to some social unrest in the country. A little bit of cheeky social unrest. President
João Goulart.
I don't know how the to say his name, it's Portuguese. I'm not Portuguese, that's a hard language. A fellow known also as Jango with a J, not a D.
Military circles were suspicious of Jango due to his radical reform plans, leftist tendencies, and alleged communist ties.
His leftist policies seem to alienate conservative sectors of Brazil's society, including the military, the business elites, and the Catholic Church, all very important pillars of civilization. at those times, and still now. Django's policies such as land reform and income redistribution created a ton of unrest in the political sphere, and it caused unease in the country. Great unease.
Goulart had begun raising taxes on corporations and increasing social spending. Later that year, the Kennedy White House was upset about President Goulart's independent foreign policy during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Django was democratically elected vice president in 1960 alongside Janio Quadros.
The following round of elections handed the presidency to PTB's Janio Quadros in 1960.
This guy left power and resigned in 1961, and Django took over. Immediately when Django took over, he was accused of colluding with communism. At the time, very bad. You can't do it. Well, I mean, if you don't want to die, very bad. If you don't want to get killed by the CIA, very bad. He was seen as trying to break apart the military hierarchy that was established by his predecessor, because when he took office, he quickly began signing independent foreign policies, and he began expanding relations with the socialist bloc. Oh, God. He also opposed sanctions that the U.S. put against Cuba. Oh, you can't do that. Ever heard of the Bay of Pigs? We'll talk about that too later. Django's socialism kept on going throughout 1963 and 1964. He implemented more policies such as the profit remittance law and the expropriation of private land and oil refinery laws, which angered a lot of people and foreign investors specifically. And in light of this,
all right, guys, here's the dealio. I'm hungry as shit, and we're gonna take a food break, so I'm actually going to get even more KC. And yeah, so we're just gonna AFK these little guys and get more essence while I fuck around and wait, since you know, I'm not gonna do next while I eat. Okay, I got goddamn 648 essence. If I fuck around, get distracted, look down at the wrong time, die, and lose all my essence, bro, I think I might have to just end it all, bro. All right, so. Anyways, we'll be back.
this conservative creation of private land and oil refinery laws, which angered a lot of people and foreign investors specifically. And in light of this, conservative forces mobilized against him. This includes the CIA. Oh yeah, baby, here we go. I'm on their side. Always choose the CIA. Django also was kind of like the Jimmy Carter of Brazil. He lost support on both sides. He sucked. He was implementing policies that neither the left or right wanted at the time, which is kind of hard to do, I feel like. I feel like shit was kind of easy back then. You just pick a side. Kind of like what you do now. You can't be a real leader and try to change shit for your own, what the f? It's like rewriting Game of Thrones or A Song of Ice and Fire or whatever. You don't know more than George R.R. Martin, you idiot. Stop. Just listen to capitalism versus communism and then just go. The CIA began their anti-Django plan in the early 1960s, and they started planning with oppositional forces to create a military coup. They did a bunch of covert operations, and they also financially supported his opposing side, the conservatives, I guess. Pretty much everybody, it seems like. Nobody liked this poor Django guy. Over time, the CIA would intensify their operations more and more. They funded media outlets. They supported anti-Django political campaigns. They built more and more connections with the Brazilian military, who fully supported the coup. Like I mentioned, that military hierarchy that existed before he came to power. The country was mad. There were food shortages, declining GDP, inflation was destroying the country, and more people are on strike and they wanted change. Down goes Django. Now, Django wasn't thought to be a full-on commie Marxist, but the connections that he held with other communists did cause a great deal of social unrest in the political sphere. People were afraid that communists would move onto their land and take control of everything that was going on. And because of all this, a coup was planned. The U.S. stepped in. Operation Brother Sam was a go. Operation Brother Sam was awesome. It was the intended use of the United States Navy and Air Force to back up anti-Django rebels.
Gordon must have had a taste for cloak and dagger, as he recommended that the weapons be delivered via unmarked submarine to be offloaded at night in isolated shore spots in state of Sao Paulo.
So crazy, dude. We went to Operation Brother Sam. Some folks aboard, raise away the flag. Oh, that red, white, and blue. The United States provided a transfer of fuel by sea to the insurgent military and left a squadron near Brazil to take more supplies in by air. The USS Forstall, a helicopter carrier, and 6 destroyers were loaded in the Caribbean. The activities by the U.S. were in preparation for
morale for you,
who planned the coup for early April and eventually initiated the coup by mobilizing troops from Minas Gerais towards Rio de Janeiro, which is one that I can actually say because I've heard of it before. Django was very scared and he didn't want a war or a civil war or any of that stuff, and he quickly traveled from Rio de Janeiro to Brasilia and then Porto Alegre. He originally intended to gather loyalist forces there, but quickly changed his mind for fear of a civil war, which once again, he did not want. He did not want war, which is good because there probably would have been a terrible civil war.
The president first flew to Brasilia, where he attempted to gather together support for the legitimate government.
He did not want war, which is good because there probably would have been a terrible civil war.
The president first flew to Brasilia, where he attempted to gather together support for the legitimate government, but he met with little success. Sensing that his defeat was a fait accompli, Django fled to his home state of Rio Grande do Sul, and then, after several days, he went into self-exile in Uruguay.
Now, like any good coup insurgent assumes, these guys assumed that they were going to mobilize and get shot at. So they were ready to fight. I mean, this is a real battle. They even had awesome World War I tanks. I mean, what the Just kidding. I don't have any clue what that is. I don't even know. Is it I don't know, dude. I mean, World War II, not World War I. I don't know. What is that tank? I don't know what that is. Tell me what that is down below, guys. I really like the way it looks. I like it a lot. General Filo not only expected a lot of resistance, he expected some resistance and thought it would take around 4 months to complete this coup. However, the crisis was averted by Django himself. He vetoed the conflict to make sure there was no bloodshed like a good guy and quickly left the city where they were going to march in. He just left. So because of Django just leaving, the Senate declared his position vacant. It wasn't voted on or anything like that, but he ran away. He was still in the country at the time. He had not been impeached. He didn't resign. He didn't leave. This was not a legal process, but he just wasn't there. He ran away. He was like, ah! Ran off. Since he wasn't around there, nobody wanted him there, and everyone was just kind of ready to turn on him. President of the Chamber of Deputies, Ranieri Mazzilli, was next in line for succession and was sworn in as president in 1964. But then 13 days went by and another guy went in, Castelo Branco. This is all in 1964. Crazy turn of events. They think that this original guy took office so Django could officially be taken out as soon as possible, constitutionally, legally. That Castelo Branco, that guy, he's in there, man. Pretty cool guy. Look at him. He looks a little old, gonna be honest. So Mr. Branco becomes president, or dictator, I guess, the guy that the CIA and the US wanted to be the man behind Brazil. Coup dissolves, thousands of people are arrested. There's an unconstitutional president, leader, whatever. Who the cares, guys? We really dicked with it. And it was all for nothing in the end. It was a dictatorship, and eventually they developed higher relations with the Soviet Union in spite of American dominance. LBJ, not exactly a genius when it comes to, well, really anything, to be honest, yeah. Do you guys think that we would have overthrown the Brazilian government if JFK wouldn't have been assassinated? What do you think? Take a guess. Comment below. Yay! Smash like! I think it's important to note that just in general, the entire reason and involvement of the United States and the CIA for any of this shit is to stop the spread of communism during the Cold War and establish America as a hegemony. No one can come close to us, especially not those commies. That's at least what's on the package. Generally, what you get is different. You just have a president illegally sworn in who becomes a dictator and eventually becomes a red and then gets assassinated. Happens a lot, or happened a lot. So many years have gone by. On the 40th anniversary of the coup, declassified documents shed light on the US's actual involvement in Operation Brother Sam and the 1964 coup of Brazil. We have it clearly. The information of a delivery of arms of non-US origin, of course, were made available to Mr. Branco and the supporters in Sao Paulo. These weapons were pre-positioned prior any outbreak of violence, which there was none, thankfully, and Operation Brother Sam intended to airlift 110 tons of ammunition and CS agent gas for mob control. Basically, we helped them get really ready for this shit. They were so ready, dude. We were providing as much support as possible. All of these munitions were ready to be provided within 16 hours on the US president's word. LBJ! Yay, the greatest president. The greatest president. The worst vice president, though. Oh yeah, also it was unnecessary, like we mentioned, because the opposition was way weaker than the US had guessed. Django ran away. There was no need for any heavy arms, nothing to overthrow the government, none of that. And in light of all this, Castelo Branco had his military rule until 1985. It's funny to look at their plans. They had a bunch of plans. They didn't need any of this. They had like 4 months of, we're going to put men here, and we're going to stick men here and stuff, and we're going to put a base here. The guy's like, Django literally just runs away. And I would call him a coward due to his quick surrender of his country. Just kidding. If you look into it and use your brain, it seems like he actually did care about his country. Crazy. Wow. Maybe he saw beyond the capitalists and the communists. Wow. Crazy, man. It was a no joke coup, though. He would have died. So, you know, maybe he did. I don't know. Who cares? So yeah, Django didn't really want to concede when it came to reforms and things like that with the government. He just invoked a bloodless suicide, and there you go. That's how it goes. Fast forward 12 years to the Argentinian coup of 1976. The troubled times. I love learning about the 70s. That's when Bushes were big, and George H.W. Bush's Bush was bigger, especially in 1976. That's when he became the director of the CIA. He had a huge bush, I bet. The president of Argentina, Juan Perón, died of natural causes on July 1st, 1974. His wife, then vice president, kind of weird, kind of a, you know, extreme power couple there, Isabel Perón, took over the country in her husband's place. Is that a good idea to have the vice president and president be wife and husband? This woman inherited this country during severe political and economic crisis. Around the whole world, we were going through a lot of trouble, but here, South America was extra bad. There was a great deal of instability in her political power. As a result of this instability, she faced growing opposition, and on February 5th, 1975, Operativo Independencia was launched. With the launch of Operation Independence, there's a lot of complicated work that falls under this, okay guys? And I'd need an entire video to really get into the depth of Operation Independence, Operation Condor, Juan Perón, Peronism, the AAA, all of the insane shit that happened during this time, 1975 up into the early 80s. All right, it was a dirty war. 22,000 to 30,000 people died. There was guerrilla-style warfare. There were death squads. Leftists were killed. Communists were killed. So much shit was going on. Isabel, the once vice president, now president of Argentina, was at the head of it for a little while, and she worked closely with death squads that wanted to maintain the established order. And I mentioned Operation Condor earlier. That shit also deserves its own video. There were coups, assassination attempts, and more.
Plan Condor was the military dictatorship's hunt of leftist organizations and urban guerrilla groups that were coordinating across the region. Many of its victims were in Argentina.
And this doesn't have anything to do with CIA yet. Or does it? Oh. Basically, the point is, Argentina, 1975, things very unstable. Unstable. Whatever it is. With all this uncertainty and all these battles going on, Isabel was losing political power quickly, and many of her team told her to resign. All right, she should definitely step away from it all. However, she would not back down. Crazy. Who would have guessed people don't like it when their country's full of war and people dying? But this old didn't have as much control as she thought, as most leaders, and there was a coup coming. This video is about coups. Remember, and specifically the CIA and their involvement in coups around the world. On March 23rd, 1976, 3 years after my father was born, I don't know, fun fact, leading up to the coup, military leaders alongside CIA support were finalizing their plans and positioning their forces across the country to get rid of Isabel. Mrs. Perón. May Peronism die. On March 24th, 1976, a single day later, after the previous date I read, they were ready to put their plans into action. Tanks, troops pushed through without much resistance into major cities. Around 1 a.m., Isabel Perón was detained and taken by helicopter to El Mesador residence, and a few hours later, all TV and radio stations were interrupted by a military march. And this was a broadcast telling the nation that they were under the control of the General Commander's junta of the armed forces.
Colocado al borde de la disgregación, la intervención de las Fuerzas Armadas ha constituido la única alternativa posible.
Mr. CIA kept a close and watchful eye to stop the spread of communism, and they dug their hands deep in Operation Condor and the dirty war of South America. There were over 9 coups, somewhere between 9 and 100 coups between the 50s and 70s, most of which the CIA was directly involved in, which is pretty funny. Working in the shadows to remove people from power and stop the spread of communism and just kill people, it seems like. That's what it seems like a lot of this was to do. Now, if we travel back in time a year to 1975 again, we get to the Australian coup.
We realize this could get dangerous.
Let it go, Tom. Let's go.
That's right, guys. The Australian coup.
It was the standard regime change playbook that the US uses in every nation from Iran to the Philippines, where Victor Marchetti later told a Congress hearing that the CIA's aim in Australia was to get rid of a government they did not like, that was not cooperative. It's Chile, but in a much more sophisticated and subtle form. Cue the cognitive dissonance.
What the f***? An Australian coup? Isn't Australia like, kind of like us? Like just a shittier version of just America and Britain and stuff? That's what I thought. Also known as the Australian Constitutional Crisis of 1975, or just the Australian Coup of 1975, was a crisis detailing the controversies and eventual dismissal of then Prime Minister Gough Whitlam. Terrible name, to be honest. Terrible ass name. Mr. Whitlam was a part of the Labour Party of Australia. That's one of those weird political parties. They've got like more than 2, which is kind of cringe in my opinion. That's sarcastic, by the way. This was at the time of his election in 1972. Whitlam's successful election had ended the 23-year reign of the Liberal Country Coalition, which was a massive deal in the 70s in Australia. However, it is believed that his eventual dismissal in 1975 had a direct involvement from Mr. CIA. Okay? This is based on his relations with the US and his actions that went directly against them.
The US built this huge cooperative space station called Pine Gap, which if you don't know anything about it, let's explain it this way. Do you remember the movie The Dish? Because completely forget that, this was just to spy on the Chinese. Looks like Chairman Mao is eating noodles again.
Right down with Tang!
Whitlam discovered a bunch of information they were deliberately withholding from us, their allies, using the guise that they're just protecting their little brother. No, it's okay, US. You don't have to be patronizing to us. We're Aussies. We're patronizing enough to ourselves, thank you. One of these secrets is that they're actually using Pine Gap to bomb Cambodia, essentially just for the lols. I always wondered what happened to lurkers on 4chan before 4chan existed. Apparently they just took up jobs in the CIA. So Whitlam said to the US, how about you abide by the contract you signed with us, otherwise I'm closing down Pine Gap, which was taken aboard as constructive criticism by our great friends, the US, and by that I mean, as former senior CIA officer Victor Marchetti explained, a kind of Chile coup was set in motion.
You can't go against the US, guys. You can't do that. You'll lose. Haven't you heard that baller Joe Biden speech? We invented the finish line or whatever? We own it. What did he say?
We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line. Don't forget it.
I forget.
Minnesota!
Whitlam had strong ties to the US before he was elected, and in 1964 he received a leader travel grant and spent 3 months studying under both US military and government officials. Basically, this is him sitting in that chair from that one movie with Ryan Gosling in it, and they're just like edging. They're just like, cannot edge all day, edging. Cannot talk to woman, Riz. Find the meme. Find the meme. Somebody find the meme. Put it in the video. What is that movie where he gets what? Where he gets manipulated. Soon as this rat bastard was elected to office, he began leading a quite controversial career, not only within Australia, but also in U.S. affairs, which you cannot do, guys, unless you want, twice back in the head. Stop! Whitlam pulled a bit of a meme. As soon as he came to power within Australia, he pulled all Australian forces out of Vietnam and criticized the US bombings of North Vietnam, which is a big, big, big no-no.
Whitlam's Minister for Labour, Clyde Cameron, met with Marshall early on and said, what if we wanted to nationalise all of the industries that US corporations are currently sucking off in Australia, to which his response was, quote, "Oh, we'll just move in. Bet you weren't taught that in Year 8 history? Still think politics is boring in Australia? Come on. How is this less interesting than Feminists Getting Owned on Campus Volume 600? He then had CIA operatives infiltrate both major parties, the trade unions, the bureaucracy of Australia, and then bugged Parliament.
Not only did Whitlam criticize the US, but numerous ministers had also criticized the action. So, pretty bad, honestly. That's not good. You shouldn't have done that. Only a few months later, after he took power in 1973, U.S. Secretary of State William Rogers told Richard Nixon, the least corrupt president of all time, that leftists within the Labor Party would try to throw overboard all military alliances and eject our highly classified U.S. defense space installations from Australia. They were not that big of fans of this guy Whitlam and his PMs or whatever they call him out there. President? I don't know, dude. King? Might as well be king. Also in 1973, Whitlam would stop the ASIS, Australian Secret Intelligence Service, involvement with the CIA in their work to overthrow Chilean President Salvador Allende, who had Marxist ideas and would eventually be overthrown by the CIA anyways, and replaced with a classy little dictatorship to stop the spread of communism in South America, guys.
The National Congress chose Allende, and he began to implement many socialist reforms. These helped bolster his popularity, but the Americans withdrew aid to Chile, and the country suffered through mass inflation. Plus, his close connections with socialist leaders like Castro worried many on the right. So in Parliament, they united to form the Confederation of Democracy and stopped further reforms. And the CIA helped fund opposition to Allende, like the El Mercurio newspaper, which called for him to be overthrown.
Nothing says democracy like spreading democracy. You know? Hey man, rules for thee, not for me. You guys don't get democracy, you get a dictatorship. Because you're too stupid to vote. You're too stupid to vote. Or whatever they believed. I don't know. That's not what I believe. This is where shit gets really interesting. In March of 1973, it seems like March is the month, or around March and April are the months where everything important politically has ever happened. Whitlam's Attorney General raided the Australian Security Intelligence Organization headquarters, and it was said by CIA agents present that the Australian Federal Police barged in and searched the place.
Whitlam also wished to investigate the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation since it had previously spied on his party. He had them raided in 1973 and demanded a list of all CIA operatives in Australia. And soon after this, he publicly accused numerous people in positions of power of being American spies as well. And the Americans did not respond well to this and made it clear that if Whitlam continued down this road, the US would be forced to make adjustments.
The public then began to distrust Whitlam's intentions. One journalist, Brian Toohey, said that Whitlam's government was a major threat to the United States. Which public? Our public? Or the public of Australia? Or any other public that has ever existed? By 1974, probably in March, this man was in hot water, not only with the US, but also with the Australian public. I lied. It was also with the Australian public. He kept trying to pass budget bills, which went against the Australian Constitution. This guy kind of sucked. This led to a double dissolution, which had only happened twice in Australian history. Double dissolution is kind of like a hold up in court. You pass deadlocks. People don't agree, and you just gotta I don't know. I don't know, dude. They got weird laws out there. I'm not gonna learn it. Whitlam's opposition, the Liberal Country Party, had a majority of the Senate and kept rejecting his shitty bills. It would even take a joint sit down to eventually pass 6 bills that had even been proposed. This type of behavior and these actions made this man extremely unpopular within his own country. And while some of his bills were good intentioned, his actions were viewed as unconstitutional repeatedly. And this is where it was believed that the CIA really became involved, because that's what we do, guys. We uphold the Constitution. That's generally what we do, I think.
Whitlam called for an election in 1974, and whilst he won the House, he lost the Senate, meaning more deadlock and no more spending. Not to worry though, because foreigners exist. And Whitlam had the authority to borrow money through Australia's Loan Council without the Senate's approval. Whitlam's government didn't tell the Loans Council though, and secretly tried to borrow money from Saudi Arabia. This was leaked, and so the politicians involved did something clever. They lied. And when these lies became public, they were promptly sacked and Whitlam's reputation was damaged.
Within the same year, Whitlam ordered the ASIO to sever all ties with the CIA, which is a really bad idea, you know, especially if you don't want to get killed by the CIA. And this request was ignored by Peter Barber, head of the ASIO, and all operations between the two agencies went covert to escape the Prime Minister's knowledge. So, yeah, exactly. It's pretty wild. In April of 1974, so it was March, Whitlam gave a statement saying, "The Australian government takes the attitude that there should not be foreign military bases, stations, and installations in Australia. We honour agreements covering existing stations. We do not favour the extension or prolongation of any of those existing ones. G'day, g'day. Mate, get me another shrimp on the Barbie, mate." Mr. Whitlam would then go on to threaten to close all CIA bases in the country and threaten to reveal the identities of the CIA agents in the country. CIA bases at Pine Gap, ever heard of it? Kind of a couple cool videos on YouTube of it. And the Joint Defense Facility at were both extremely strategic bases for the US that were threatened to be exposed. Obviously, it's in Oceania. It's a pretty important part of the world, you know? It's a good staging ground for aggravating assets to China and the USSR and stuff. Entering 1975, Prime Minister Whitlam would be under a lot of pressure. Whitlam had already dealt with the backlash from the US and the double dissolution from within his own government. Now he had gotten into more trouble as he had begun filling free vacancies within the House and Senate in attempts to switch the majority to the Labour Party after the 1974 election, which is kind of not a good idea. Once again, if you don't want to get killed by the CIA.
To further add insult to injury, a Labour Party senator resigned and was replaced against convention by a Conservative, meaning for Whitlam he had zero chance of getting anything through the Senate anymore. Despite this though, Whitlam refused to resign or give his consent to new elections, which the Government General needed to call them. And this is where the crisis begins in earnest.
And then finally, on November 11th, 1975, Prime Minister Gog Whitlam would be dismissed by Governor General Sir John Kerr.
The Governor General of Australia at this time was a man called John Kerr, a close friend of Whitlam's who was deeply concerned about the deadlock in government. And so Kerr came up with a brilliant solution. He fired Whitlam and appointed the leader of the opposition, Malcolm Fraser, as Prime Minister in his stead.
Following these events, an election was held and Fraser won in a landslide, securing the Liberal Country Coalition back to power. Here is a speech from Whitlam that he gave shortly after being dismissed, which was iconic for his quips and passive-aggressive nature to the Governor General. You can tell they just wanted to just kill each other, and they wanted there to be open rebellion.
Well, may we say, God save the Queen. Because nothing will save the Governor General.
Democracy manifest, a succulent Chinese meal.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there?
That's real footage, by the way. It's real footage of him right there. Just kidding. It's other footage. Democracy Manifest. Look at this. Look at all these people. Look at that guy. Isn't it cool that they still wore wigs back then? Powdered wigs. Man, see? It's me. Oh, look at that guy's haircut. I think it's time to let it go. He's got a Fallout mohawk. Yeah. That's awesome. Love that. Now, if you'd believe this, it seemed that all those involved with the dismissal of Whitlam were somehow in some way directly tied to the US. And this led many to believe that the CIA directly influenced Kerr to remove the Prime Minister, which does make sense. Why would you want to upset the US? I mean, we're the good guys. That's not to say we're the bad guys, but we're definitely the good guys, though. You see, Kerr had been a part of the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which was a conservative group that was being secretly funded by the CIA. Some further evidence of the CIA's involvement includes a CIA contractor decoded messages from the Pine Gap base and states that the CIA wanted Whitlam out of their office after he said he would close the Pine Gap base. So you say, I'm gonna close that Walmart. Mr. Walmart is gonna eliminate you, basically, is what that says. That's what that means. It's happened before. I mean, you know, I feel like there was a president maybe that was killed after saying he wanted to dissolve the CIA. Oh no, that's the one that he's still alive right now, I think. I don't know. Further information from the decoded messages state that Kerr was referred to by the CIA as our man Kerr, and that they had infiltrated Australian politics and unions to help overthrow Whitlam. So basically, the CIA through a coup in Australia, which is awesome.
At this point, I know there's going to be one cunty comment that goes, oh, that's just election fixing. That's not a coup, idiot. First off, chew on my fat, salty nuts.
Also, a former CIA officer, Victor Marchetti, said that after the threats to close the spy bases in Australia, the CIA and MI6 worked together to overthrow the Prime Minister. MI6 has probably more pull in Australia because of the Queen or whatever. They got a queen. Pretty lame. Funny little fun fact too, near the height of Whitlam's controversy in 1974, a White House ambassador with the title the Coup Master was sent to Australia.
The Nixon administration then made the man who definitely never had inappropriate fantasies about his daughter, Marshall Green, ambassador to Australia. Nothing sus about that. The man that orchestrated the coup that replaced the Indonesian government with a dictator.
Marshall Green, this guy who got his nickname from his pivotal role in the 1965 coup against Sukarno of Indonesia.
Green also orchestrated overthrowing Greece's government, just to show how much America, the liberators of the world, really care about democracy, setting up in its birthplace a military junta. Fuck. How crap would Marshall Green be at Secret Santa?
Here, Timmy, I got you a president for life.
And with that shining record, he was then assigned to Australia right after Whitlam told the Americans that Australia is not its toy. Coincidence.
During this time in which Marshall Green was directly involved in, there was a mass murder of about 500,000 communists in Indonesia as well. But the coup master, he helped out Australia. Fast forward 2 years to 1977, Warren Christopher, the United States Deputy Secretary of State, made a trip to Australia in which he told Whitlam that on behalf of President Jimmy Carter, the US would never again interfere with Australia's democratic process. Thank you, Jimmy Carter, for putting your foot down. This statement, as you can imagine, is often used as evidence of the CIA's involvement with removing Whitlam from office, as again, it infers that it has happened before. Or maybe it doesn't. Oh yeah, by the way, follow the money. Lastly, a guy named William Blum, an American journalist, once wrote that Nugan Hand Bank, an Australian bank, not sure why the it's got that name, had alleged connections to the CIA and helped transfer 2.4 million AUD to the Liberal Party of Australia to help overthrow Whitlam. So money as well. They gave him money as well, allegedly, or whatever.
Why are we not taught this shit? Nor were we taught about the fact that the CIA offered the Liberal Party $24 million laundered through an Australian bank to beat the Whitlam government. Can you imagine how much $24 million would have bought you back then? Would have made even Clive Palmer go, now there is a limit to how many ads you can cram onto television.
That's kind of an interesting one, because Australia is not South America, or that's like part of Britain. Australia isn't South America or Southeast Asia or a communist country, really. We just didn't really give a fuck in the 70s, the troubled times. So we started off in the US with a business plot, then we went to Brazil, then we went to Argentina, then we went to Australia. Let's go to California. The Symbionese Liberation Army. Have you ever heard of it, guys? Probably not, because it's some really deep, weird shit. While the CIA was working hard across the globe installing dictatorships and killing commies, it seems they were also at work on home soil as well. The United Federated Forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army, or SLA for short, were a far-left terrorist group that resided and operated in California. They believed in anti-capitalism, anti-fascism, and vanguardism, which is a separate version of Leninism. It's all these ancient Soviet shits, or not Soviet. God, I've been talking for a really long time. It's been 2 hours. I've been just yapping. It gets really complicated. I get lost on it a lot. Soviet, far after Marxism. Lenin was a Marxist, and then communism is like a thing. Fucking orthodox Marxist communism, Leninism, vanguardism. It's too much to learn about. Too much has happened. What's in my nose right now? What the? Oh, it's a really long mustache hair. That was weird. I kind of look like young Lenin. Or young Stalin, rather. Not young Lenin. What the I look nothing like young Vladimir Lenin. The SLA envisioned their organization to be similar to South American urban guerrillas, and they shared some ideas with Maoism, also massive at the time. This organization was founded by Donald DeFries, aka General Field Marshal Clinique, in 1973 when he escaped from Soledad State Prison after serving 5 years to life for robbing a prostitute. Why would you rob a prostitute? I assume he wanted his money back. Bizarrely enough, DeFries began his recruitment of commies while in prison due to a prison outreach program through UC Berkeley that was backed by Professor Colston Westbrook. This guy will be important later, all right? Students from UC Berkeley at the time were typically white social activists, and DeFries' ideology attracted a lot of them to join the SLA movement. Some of the OGs in the SLA include Nancy Ling Perry and Patricia Soltysik, both UC Berkeley students and geniuses who DeFries met while he was in prison. Very interesting guy. Soltysik and DeFries wrote the first SLA manifesto. Every good group has to have a manifesto. I'm gonna write the Oompaville manifesto pretty soon. Once I finish this video, I'm not even halfway through. Epically enough, the SLA collabed with another little group in the 60s and 70s called the Venceremos, a radical Chicano group that was based in California during the time. Being friends with them, collabing with them allowed DeFries to escape the law because he stayed at Venceremos safe houses across San Francisco and Los Angeles. It would only be a few months after DeFries escaped from prison that the SLA would become active officially in California, and their first attack would be the murder of a guy named Marcus Foster, a school superintendent in Oakland who they believe was a fascist because of his new policy where students would be required to have ID cards. Totally fascist. Absolutely 100% fascist. Definitely deserving of a murder. What a nice looking guy too. What a bunch of freaks. The Goobers also attempted to murder the replacement superintendent, Robert Blackburn, for supporting Foster's beliefs. He was shot with a sawed-off shotgun, but he survived because he's a badass. 2 SLA members were arrested, Russell Little and Joseph Ramiro, though they said Soltysik had shot Foster and DeFries and Ling had shot Blackburn. The next action of the SLA would be to kidnap Patty Hearst, an heiress to a multimedia and mining fortune based in California. Multimedia in the 70s? What the f does that look like? Goddamn, I didn't even know they had multimedia then. Paper and video. Sound. They wanted to use Patty as leverage to free their members from prison and help push their political agenda. Terrorists taking hostages. Ultimately, their fellow members would remain in prison. However, their demands to form a food distribution system would come to fruition for a little while, and initially they demanded $4 million as a ransom, which would be given to them in the form of food donations to food banks. But that eventually skyrocketed to $400 million because they heard that $4 million, like another Austin Powers moment. What the fuck's going on here? $400 billion of food to the poor. Eventually it would stop Vitaly style because of large crowds forming and people getting hurt from volunteers throwing boxes of food out of moving trucks. It was insane. After all this, in a strange twist of story, Miss Hearst would succumb to Stockholm Syndrome and join the SLA with a fiery passion for their beliefs. Crazy.
Up in Hillsborough, California, hearing their daughter described no longer as a witness but as a criminal now, the Hearsts had this to say.
I just hope everybody will remember that physically Patty is still a kidnapped victim. She was taken away against her will. And psychologically, she's a victim of thought control by terrorists.
On April 15th, 1974, 1 month after my favorite month, March, the group robbed the Hibernia Bank in San Francisco, in which 3 SLA members took part. Patty is even seen brandishing a rifle. Look at her. That's crazy. She looks like an SCP. DeFreeze was seen in the bank, and there was another unknown member, probably Donnie Rhubarb. The SLA group stole $10,000 to fuel their organization. There's even security footage of the bank robbery, which is awesome. I didn't even know they had security footage in the 70s. How does that even work? Oh, it looked like shit. If they have security footage that high quality in the 70s, why the is there anything blurry now? The SLA would eventually lose some of its steam when a robbery gone wrong led to the death of all their founding members. Big giant L. 3 members, William Harris, Emily Harris, and Patty Hearst, went to a sporting goods store to get supplies, but William tried to steal a bandolier because he's an idiot. He was confronted by a security guard, pulled out a revolver. He was half handcuffed, and Hearst, watching the van outside, saw what was going on in the store and began to shoot, allowing the Harrises to flee to the van. The 3 of them eventually abandoned the van, and most of the SLA fled to a safe house after seeing news coverage of the event. The police found the van, and they found a parking ticket with an address to the safe house, which is kind of a gigantic, massive L, and the police also would just show up based on an anonymous call saying there was a group of heavily armed people at their daughter's home, which is awesome as well. As soon as the police showed up, a massive shootout would begin. Cops had fully automatic weapons, where the SLA had modified M1 carbines that could also shoot full auto. Eventually, it turned into a full-on siege. Shit like this was crazy. Didn't happen much in Cali. The LAPD used tear gas on the house, and one of the canisters would catch the house on fire, and this is where the SLA genuinely would begin to just fall apart.
More than an hour, thousands of rounds of automatic weapons and small gunfire were exchanged between police and the suspects inside the house. 6 tear gas assaults were made in an attempt to flush out the fugitives, until finally, houses on either side, as well as the pink wood and stucco fortress, caught fire. A fire believed to have been started by an exploding gas canister.
Nancy Ling Perry would leave the house shooting her gun, and she got shot and killed. Another member, Camilla Hall, who also left with Perry, was shot but dragged back into the house. DeFreeze, like any great leader of a cult does, took his own life in a small crawl space of the home. Solchitsk and a couple other people all died from smoke inhalation in the house, so it's pretty bad. And finally, the Harrises and Patty Hearst would remain at large until a subsequent bank robbery in 1975. Hearst put out a recording talking about the lost members of the SLA and her strong beliefs in their stuff. It's pretty crazy, and the whole thing is wild.
Sim Q loved the people with tenderness and respect. He helped me see that it's not how long we live that's important, it's how we live. Jelena was beautiful. She exploded with a desire to kill the pig.
So, what does all this have to do with the CIA? You probably forgot we were in a CIA video, didn't you? You probably did, you bastard. During Patty Hearst's trial, a tape was played where at the end, DeFreeze would talk about how he wanted to kill Colston Westbrook. That guy in prison, the UC Berkeley guy, remember him? He said that he was a government agent working with military intelligence. Like we mentioned earlier, Westbrook often recommended students from UC Berkeley to go to the prison program where DeFreeze would recruit his first members. Westbrook was a former CIA advisor to the CIA in South Korea and specialized in the indoctrination of assassination and terrorist cadres. What? What the fuck? Are you telling me that this shit hold on a second. Furthermore, when Mr. Westbrook came back from South Korea in 1970, he would be assigned to run the Black Cultural Association, the same program that he would recommend students to meet inmates. He was also the control officer for Mr. DeFreeze. Additionally, DeFreeze had worked as an informant for the Public Disorder Intelligence Unit for the LAPD. So it's really confusing and bizarre. It's believed that the SLA was created to combat the Black Panther Party, which at the time was the dominant political movement and party within California that everyone was scared of, especially politicians. Evidence of this includes the assassination of Mr. Marcus Foster, which we talked about earlier, the superintendent of the school. He had agreed to implement Black Panther Party educational policies into his school districts. Even more evidence is from an investigator known as Lake Headley. I don't believe that's a real name, but anyways, let's pretend that it is. He was a former police intelligence officer, which is like kind of a lame CIA agent. Him and his team were hired to investigate the death of SLA member Willie Wolf. Based on their investigation, they concluded that the SLA was part of the CIA's Chaos program, which was a domestic espionage program that went from 1967 to 1974. They also concluded that the SLA was trying to kill Black Panther Party leader Huey Newton for his close ties to Marcus Foster. I'm bad with names. Look at Huey Newton. It'd be cooler if he had a better gun, to be honest. That's kind of a lame gun. He's got like, it looks like he's about to go hunting or something for like Cape Buffalo. Like a frog gig. Probably some religious artifact that I just made fun of. Now, people are under the belief that the SLA was a trained assassination squad by the CIA to combat the Black Panther Party, and that Westbrook would work with DeFreeze and other members to supply them with weapons, intel, and housing within the California prison system and college campuses to find new members for their squad. How unbelievable is that? That's crazy! This idea also explains how DeFreeze was quite literally able to walk out of the prison he was held in and just escape the law magically. So yeah, the SLA was probably a direct result of the CIA's Chaos program and was fully developed to fight the Black Panther Party on American soil. Pretty cool. A coup within the United States. Oh yeah, and they went rogue, apparently, too. That's another part of the story. It is believed that the CIA had the SLA terminated when DeFreeze went rogue and was no longer listening to the CIA's directions. The SLA's ideologies, by the way, were directly against what the CIA wanted, and when DeFreeze let his beliefs fully take over, they could no longer aid him. They killed him. Dead. Shootout, siege, the end.
This YouTuber tried proving people are lazy by turning $10,000 into $1 million, but he accidentally ended up embarrassing himself instead and promoted a guru who we're going to be exposing today.
We could be doing hard labor, but instead the idea is mentality, success, and money.
The YouTuber is Whistling Diesel. He has 10 million subscribers, and his name is Cody. His channel's motto, never ever clickbait ever. So you can imagine I'm pretty excited about this video because look at that title. He's gonna prove people are lazy with a series showing people that hate money how truly possible it is to make money. Let's dive in and find out from the guy who never clickbaits how exactly that's gonna work.
Alex is one of the world's top leading day traders. We're gonna turn $10,000 into $1 million in one day.
Oh, well actually that seems pretty lazy to make $1 million in one day instead of being patient, but it also turns out to be clickbait because of course they don't make $1 million. But the setup is pretty simple. Cody Whistling Diesel plays this jokester who doesn't know anything, and then we have Alex. He's presented as our guru, one of the top day traders of the world.
Alex is the world's expert trader, world's top leading day traders.
And it's kind of a strange mix because Cody seems to not take this seriously at all, while Alex is very serious.
We're betting that the Japanese yen is going to get weaker and the New Zealand dollar is going to get stronger. The first thing you want to do when you come into the market, you want to find out of all the markets which one have the highest probability of going in one direction versus the other.
You know, it was somewhere in the middle of this very simple Forex explanation that I realized, oh, these guys are selling something, or at least Alex is. He's an expert who sells a course for $1,500 to teach people trading, which makes all of this pretty weird. But then Alex makes a pretty interesting admission about the whole experiment.
I was actually interested in taking this trade before you pulled up. You would have lost your full 10 grand right there.
Really?
Yeah, all of it.
Really? So we're gonna cut and we're gonna come back in 2 hours when this trade is 5 times the value. He's gonna let me borrow the Porsche and we're gonna have fun for a little bit while we're letting our money stack. We could be doing hard labor, but instead the idea is mentality, success, and money.
So in a quest to prove people hate money and are lazy, Cody shows up, nearly loses everything, makes one trade, and then takes a 2-hour break to drive supercars. Wasn't this whole video about hard labor and why people are lazy? Now it's about supercars and letting your money stack? Let's be honest, you need something before you can let your money stack. You need money. This is all starting to feel like an advertisement for Alex the Forex Guru. After all, Whistling Diesel is not a financial YouTuber. He knows nothing about that stuff. He makes car videos, but suddenly is spending 15 minutes learning about Forex. But just when I started to agree with the comment section, I got the video's real sponsor.
Which brings us to our ad break while we're making revenue. A personal data protection system.
Yeah, apparently that's the ad.
I think at least 3 cents.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be 100% honest. It's actually a lot better than I thought.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was gonna taste like.
Okay, we're gonna skip this ad too.
So here's something interesting about Incognito.
A reviewer from Business Insider shared their first-hand experience.
Okay, never mind. That's still the ad. Let's skip that too and get back to what we only think might be an ad.
Where are we at?
So we were up probably.
We're at 89,000.
No, 90,000 now.
We're at 90? Oh, we're at 90.
No, but we were, I saw it on the phone.
91, 92. So should we pull out at 100?
No, this is gonna go more than 100 for sure.
Really?
Yeah, this is probably gonna be like 400 grand. No, for sure, 100%. But it's gonna take 2 to 3 days to get there.
All right. So we missed a lot while driving supercars and doing 2 ads. We now learn we're in the money, and in 2 days, we'll have $400,000. But Whistling Diesel doesn't want to wait that long. Instead, he closes his trade for $9,000 in profit. But I started to wonder, what if they had held on to this trade? Because even Cody wondered how his day trader guru friend could just know it was gonna go up so high.
I don't know, you could wait it out or...
How do you know?
Yeah, I just know, bro. I don't know how to explain it.
How do you know? What does he know?
Yeah, what does he know? I wonder the same thing, so I whipped up a Forex simulation of almost the same exact trade, but I kept my money in this time for a few days. And the question is, did I make $400,000? No, I did not. I basically lost everything in my simulated account. Because it turns out doubling your money is actually very risky. No matter how much someone says they just know the trade is gonna go up, they really don't. Now, I reached out to Whistling Diesel and asked him point blank if this entire video was an ad, but he insisted it wasn't. According to him, he was paid nothing except his profits. Alex, for his part, said the exact same thing, although he did admit that he has paid influencers in the past to collaborate, like Steve will do it. He also got Aiden Ross to give him an interview in exchange for using his Bugatti.
It's never too late to try something new. You know, you have college, you have 9 to 5s, they're always around, they're always there. They're not going anywhere. People need workers. Just try something new. Try flipping the switch here. Try do something that you believe in yourself with.
So, yeah, apparently those two got something out of it. Supposedly Whistling Diesel did not. If you even assume that's true, I still think it's worth digging into who this Alex guy is. And the question is it actually a good idea to give someone like this your money or to spend your money Forex day trading? Is it the secret to untold wealth? And how did Alex really get his Bugatti money? Well, of course, I asked, and Alex told me he made $7.5 million in the last 4 years from selling courses, actually. Teaching people how to trade, which is insane. Now, Alex claims that some of his money comes from day trading, but I never learned exactly how much. He said it ranges, but there's a famous lesson. There's more money to make selling shovels in a gold rush than mining for gold. Alex's website even says, I am a miner, can I do it? And the answer is yes, for $1,500. Although later I learned that actually he meant miner as in like underage person who actually aren't allowed to trade Forex. You have to be 18. But Alex's website says that you can just trade with a real account in the name of a family member of legal age, which is, again, not allowed. To make matters worse, Alex has also been accused of faking trades online and using simulated accounts instead of real money. Simulated just means essentially you're using Monopoly money. It's what I did a second ago to test out that trade. But Alex denies this. He says he doesn't fake trades. The only problem I find with this is that there's a disclaimer in Alex's own videos called CFTC 441, which is a reference to a special regulation where you have to disclose if you're using a simulated account. Here's the CFTC guidelines. It matches up with what Alex's videos and website say. And this makes me think at least some of Alex's trades are not real money, despite him claiming to be such a profitable trader. Now, Alex would later tell me this is a very catch-all disclaimer commonly used in the industry. But that could be because this industry is full of a lot of people faking trading records. Now, I did try to explain this to Cody, the guy pushing this great trader, world's best trader.
World's top leading day traders.
And I said, maybe this guy's not all you think he is. But Cody defended himself saying, I didn't promote him. I literally went day trading with him and made $9,000. Haha. He's factually skilled enough to double my money in a few hours, which I guess is true, but he's also skilled enough to make you almost lose everything twice.
I was gonna just like dump all my money into it, like in one day.
You wouldn't. Yeah.
Really?
I mean, you could, but you're gonna lose it all.
Oh, really?
I was actually interested in taking this trade before you pulled up. You would have lost your full 10 grand right there.
Really?
Yeah, all of it.
And this just shows Cody's arrogance here. He's so uneducated on Forex, but also so confident about it. He was moments away from losing everything, but he doesn't seem to know it or care. I asked him which broker they ended up using, and he said he doesn't even know what a broker is. That's another big problem because a big part of Forex scams are sketchy offshore brokerages where you don't know if it's real or fake money, and they can take your money and run. Now, I went to Alex's website because I was curious, and Alex recommends a broker called LQH Markets, which he calls trusted. But I would beg to differ because this brokerage is located in Comoros, which you can't locate on a map. I forbid you from depositing money there. It is also offshore, and it has no CEO listed, meaning we don't even know who owns it. It's also banned from accepting U.S. investors. But of course, the same guy who says minors can impersonate family members has no problem getting us around that too.
This is the kind of the L for some people, which is no U.S. clients. I'm sure you guys can figure out a way how to do it. Get a VPN and do it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking stuff. Just VPN to a trusted broker. Apparently, Alex's whole community trades there. That's how trusted this brokerage is.
I believe that there is a trusted broker. This is the current broker that I use right now, which is LQH Markets. Been using it for a very long time. My whole entire community uses it. This is the trusted one that I recommend.
After hearing all of this, I just wanted to know, surely Alex knows who's behind this trusted broker. So I asked, who is the owner of LQH Markets? Are you a part owner? And he told me, quote, I'm not sure who is. There are many affiliate broker companies that do outreach on behalf of platforms to give the best deals, and no, I'm not. So apparently his whole community is sending money offshore. He calls it trusted, but he doesn't know who owns it. It's shocking stuff, but even if you thought that was bad, it actually gets worse because the last company Alex promoted was a different one. It was called Rocket 21.
Join the Rocket 21 Discord, the Rocket team. How legit Rocket is. Rocket 21 Challenge, Rocket 21 Instagram. Take your Rocket 21 Challenge. I only and will forever recommend Rocket 21.
That's right. Alex used to promote a website which was a place you could get funded as a trader. These are called prop firms, and in the Forex industry, they're mostly huge scams. How it works is they issue challenges to traders who pay for it with the promise that if they are profitable enough, they will get bigger and bigger accounts that they can trade with, and then they will receive a split of the profit that they make with these trades, which all sounds fine, except these companies are not actually trading anything. They do not use real money accounts. They give their traders fake simulated trading accounts, which means that when these companies lose money because their customers win, they pay them out of pocket, and vice versa. They make money when traders lose, which is strange when you think about it because Alex's whole thing is to teach people how to trade successfully. But he's also promoting a website which succeeds the more his students fail. Maybe it's no surprise many of his fans now call this website a scam. And although many of them believe Alex was simply a promoter of the website, I have bad news for them. Alex admitted to me that he was also a partial owner of Rocket 21, although he says he's no longer a part. But just imagine the conflict of interest here. You are purporting to teach people how to successfully trade, and you co-own something that makes more money the more people unsuccessfully trade. Talk about a conflict of interest. It's also interesting to note that Alex at various points traded from a Rocket 21 account, saying he had $1 million account. But now that we know he was a co-owner of this company and also that these were simulated funds, What are we even watching? A guy playing with Monopoly money?
We're about to take this trade together on my $1 million account right now that I currently have from Rocket. So this is my $1 million account from Rocket. So we're literally gonna take this trade together.
Like, I hope you guys see what a nasty business this is. And unfortunately, it's not just Alex. There are many Forex gurus doing the same thing, pushing these prop firms.
What is a reputable, unlimited trading day that I know will pay me out? Check out Smart Funded Trader. Link is in the bio.
If you guys want to check out the Leveled Up Society or the Day Trading Institution, you can also find that down in the description as well.
TFT continues to grow. People are getting paid and people are telling their friends and people are making money and they're sharing that TFT is reliable, and that's why TFT is growing.
And unfortunately, even if you do win and you make a bunch of money, many of these companies will ban your accounts or delay your withdrawals. That is something Alex is even aware of, which is why he addresses it head on in his promotional videos by doing a car giveaway.
There's a lot of talks about there about, a lot of these firms not paying people out, being super scared. So a lot of new firms pop up like every week. All these influencers, they just make their own firms. And I was talking to the team, to the Rocket team, and we're like, dude, if we give away a Lambo, we pretty much cash out $250,000 and we just hand it to somebody. This is to show proof that Rocket's gonna have no issue paying you out. There's literally no issue.
Yeah, guys, no issues. The proof is in the Lamborghini giveaway. Now, I happened to grab the last 5 reviews of this company on Trustpilot, and all of them are 1 star, reporting that there are delays or they are not getting paid from Alex's former company, which is obviously bad. But of course, Alex isn't the only one. He's just the one on the biggest platform at the moment. The Forex industry is full of scams, fakes, and frauds, and you should be careful when anyone makes earning lots of money seem easy. Despite what Whistling Diesel would have you believe, it's much harder to make $1 million than you think, and much easier to lose what money you do have. Ironically, Cody would know that if he had done a bit more due diligence and not been so lazy.
Your phrase has been set up.
This scammer and hundreds of others have been trapped inside my impossible maze for 165 days now. Each of them thought that they were going to get Bitcoin, but when they scanned this QR code, their lives changed forever.
Just one last thing. Please tell us how we did. Goodbye.
I was not expecting that. The idea was simple. We made them believe that we purchased Bitcoin and that we were giving it to them. Can we please use the Bitcoins? Do you take crypto?
You're gonna use Bitcoin. Okay. That's up to you.
Okay. They just had to complete a few simple steps and they could claim the money.
Option 5.
I didn't understand. Please listen.
5. You guys are the worst. 5.
We've invited hundreds of scammers to use our service and forced them to fill out absurd forms, solve CAPTCHAs. Wait on hold for hours and even talk to fake support agents.
I'm not getting a response, so I'm going to go ahead and hang up. Thank you so much for calling, and I hope you have a good rest of your afternoon, all right? Take care.
Is this?
At no point was this ever real.
Make a withdrawal.
There was never any money, but they would go along with it because they thought that in the end, they're so excited. After all of this effort, they would be rewarded. But there was no end.
How long have you been trying to get your funds?
For like 3 days now.
3 days. Wow.
For the past, looks like 74 days, which could be a skill issue.
I'm trying to call for the past 30 days now.
30?
Then you confirm my withdrawal. I've been into this for the past 3 months.
He's come back here 40 days in a row. 40 days and 40 nights. That's like biblical proportions or whatever. What's this guy doing?
In our first test, we got scammers to waste 60 days of their lives trapped in the maze. 1,440 hours are gone. They will never get that time back. But that was just a test. And since then, we've been adding even more ways to collect information from them. If we can listen to his microphone, we might hear him talking to other potential victims. He's talking to someone on Skype. Waste their time. Just keep the page open and you'll get your Bitcoin. But that will never end and make them extremely angry.
I'm feeling so fucking bad.
Scammer.
That's ironic.
I am on the line. Don't tell me I'm still here, you motherfucker.
Welcome to the Impossible Maze 2.0.
Terrible, bro. What the fuck? Fucking terrible.
In this video, we're going to give you an in-depth tour of our torture chamber. Every feature that we've designed specifically to make these scammers suffer. And these guys deserve it. They are trying to steal money from people like me and your family. It has an option for send to another wallet or I don't have a wallet.
No.
Should I click I don't have a wallet?
Click another wallet.
I don't have a wallet. I'm going to press I don't have a wallet.
Another wallet.
What wallet?
Send the cops to the goddamn guy.
The crazy thing about this maze is they're not actually like chained to a wall. This isn't a medieval torture dungeon. They can leave at any time, but they really want to steal this Bitcoin. And we've used that against them. This scammer is so convinced he's going to get this fake Bitcoin that he once visited the website 40 days in a row because he truly believed he was going to get Bitcoin. That doesn't exist. We built the ultimate mousetrap. Well, scammer trap. If you didn't see our first video, here's a quick recap. The scammers want my money. I pretend to give them that money in the form of cryptocurrency. They're expecting a paper receipt like this because they think that I went to a Bitcoin ATM. Anyone with this code can claim these funds. Only share with the recipient. It's printing a receipt. Hold on. I
need you to hurry up and send a screenshot of the receipt.
I'm doing that right now. But when they scan this QR code expecting to get Bitcoin into their wallet, it takes them to our fake Bitcoin exchange, the entrance to our maze. Take this scammer, for instance, Princess Catherine. Not the real Princess Catherine, a scammer pretending to be her on Facebook, typing in the code on the receipt. To prove that she's not a robot, she has to solve some funny AI-generated CAPTCHAs, but is eventually greeted with a dashboard, with a spot to type in a Bitcoin wallet. Jackpot is what she's thinking. She's expecting that when she types in her crypto wallet, she'll get all the funds. But this will not work. And every Bitcoin address she types in here, we're just storing and passing on to fraud professionals. This is a major win because some of these wallets are tied to crypto exchanges and active investigations. But we don't stop there. Princess Catherine, along with hundreds of other scammers, have had to double verify that they're human by drawing triangles and circles and smileys and rats and aviator glasses and evil robots, fish-wearing hats, purple pigs. Even after all of this, the system, for some reason, can't figure out that they're human. So now we force them to show us their face. Wait, that's not Princess Catherine. Oh no! How would I ever have guessed? This guy spent 72 hours. 72 hours. Trapped in the maze across 41 different days, solving all these weird puzzles, trying to claim the Bitcoin. And just like a real maze, there's a lot of different ways to navigate, and we're going to show you the chaos that these scammers go through. But unlike a real maze, there is no end. We've built the world's worst crypto exchange, and it's sponsored by The Best. Kraken and I have spent the past 2 years working together to educate, entertain, and make the world a safer place. Because of their support, we've been able to build projects like this one. We pass information from this maze to their fraud team, but I assure you, they are not taking any of the absurd challenges. Kraken is very easy to use, and there is no drawing required. If you want to learn more about Kraken and how we're making scammers' lives miserable together, check out kraken.com/Kiboga. While they're on hold, we want to force them to be attentive. And so we make them say words like purple porcupine, or say phrases from common memes or videos, or sing songs.
Purple pig, colorful cornbread.
Buttered bicycle.
Motorbike, bicycle.
Friendly furniture.
Friendly furniture. I'm still here, okay? You guys are making me go crazy.
To prevent automated calls.
I'm still here, you motherfucker.
While on hold, scammers have said almost 75,000 words. That's like dictating an entire 300-page chunky bestseller cover to cover. And if they were reading the script of a movie, it would be 3 full movies. We have hours and hours of scammers saying ridiculous things, but here, in no particular order, are a few of my favorites.
To prevent automated calls, please let me know you're still there by saying, Black Bear.
Black Bear. Black Bear.
I didn't hear anything. Please
Black
call
Bear,
back when
hello.
I have your full attention. Goodbye.
Yes, motherfucker, I'm still here.
Oh, boy.
Please let me know you're still there by saying, Resourceful Rattlesnake.
Resourceful rattlesnake.
Sizzling Smorgasbord.
Sizzling smorgasbord.
Spherical Object.
Sizzling spherical object.
Strong Snolly Ghoster.
Strong spelling name.
I can't imagine waiting on hold an hour, let alone hearing a fax machine at the end.
Hello? Hello?
Just one last thing. Please tell us how we did. How would you rate your experience today?
You guys are an idiot.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna ruin me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shaft. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger in her tongue. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Yeah, she was looking kind of dumb with her finger in the thumb. You guys are nuts, man. This is the third time you asked me this bullshit. Get your game on, go play. Motherfucker, take the call. I know you can hear me. Stop playing with the money.
To prevent automated calls, Please let me know you're still there by saying, pink pig.
You people. I am still here, motherfucker. And if you ask me how I'm feeling so bad. What the bitter bit? Don't tell me approve my withdrawal. Don't tell me approve my withdrawal. What you just said is one of the most insane and idiotic things I ever heard.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Please let me know you're still there by saying 55 burgers, 55 fries,
55 burgers,
tacos, 55 pies,
55 tacos,
55 cokes, 100
55
tater
pies,
tots, 100 pizzas,
100 tater
100
tots,
tenders,
100
100
pizzas,
meatballs,
55
100
tenders,
coffees,
100
55
meatballs,
wings,
100
55 shakes,
55 wings,
55 pancakes,
55 shakes,
55 pastas,
55
55
pancakes,
peppers, and 155 taters.
155 taters.
Okay, that'll be $680.
Okay.
To be clear, this is one of them. There are 2 pages, like dozens of recordings of him saying this.
5 tacos, 55 pies, 55 cokes, the 150 cater top, 150 eggs. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants. Absorbing
Like, this guy thinks that there's a dozen other callers waiting to get their Bitcoin, and every 15-20 minutes that he spends on the phone, he's getting closer and closer to his money.
It's the final countdown.
Imagine that you have been on hold for over an hour, and just when you think that someone finally picks up the phone, they can't hear you.
Caller, are you there? I don't hear anything.
Hello?
See, I can't hear you at all, caller.
This is a recording.
But I am not hearing anything. I don't know if that's on my end or what.
Hello?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I can't tell. You want to cancel it?
No, I want to receive
Okay, I'll tell you what. I can't really tell what it is you're saying, and I don't want to. I'm gonna make a note here on your account, and you should be able to get faster service next time, and we'll figure this out for you. Okay?
Hello?
Yeah, I don't even know if you're on the line. I'm not getting a response, so I'm gonna go ahead and hang up. Thank you so much for calling, and I hope you have a good rest of your afternoon. All right? Take care.
What the is this?
Just one last thing. Please tell us how we did. How would you rate your experience today?
He spent hours.
This is so bad. What?
What?
Hello?
Goodbye.
Oh, that's beautiful.
How can I help you today?
Hello. I'm trying to redeem Bitcoin.
Okay. Let me take a look for you.
Hello?
Hold on.
Hello?
So you'll need to speak to someone at withdrawals to get that set up.
He's been on hold for so long, too.
Hi, you've reached Joanna Frond from the withdrawals escalation team. I'm not at my desk right now, but please leave me a message and I'll get right back to you.
Hello, I'm trying to make a withdrawal. I have a QR code and I have a code, and I put in a wallet address online.
This mailbox is full. Your message could not be saved.
Just one last thing. Please tell us how we did. How would you rate your experience today? Goodbye.
Adios.
Peace, bro. This is about 48 minutes into the call.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hey, is everyone there? Hello? Does anyone hear me? Hello?
So, to explain it really quick, what happened is
No, Blaze, no. It is a cozy stream today. We are just gonna be chilling, doing some necks. No cam, very limited mic. But welcome to the stream, my friend. We are gonna watch the video in a second. I'm just walking my partner through what we're gonna do for next. However, we are in Discord if you want to come hang out. So, there's that. You know, if you want to be able to hear me talk. Anyways, I'm going mute again. Bye.
He waited 49 minutes on hold, and then there's like a tone that plays, and then they hear this.
Hey, is everyone there?
So they think that somebody answered, but instead all they hear is like a background of a call center. So we're playing the background sound.
Am I acting like I'm not speaking? Why acting like you don't hear me?
Why are you acting?
Yeah, Chad, so today I was supposedly cursed. I saw this woman breastfeeding her child in a non-optimal way, so being the kind man I am, I showed her how to do it correctly. I told her you should have the child latch at a 30-degree angle. That way, when her milk begins to extrude from the channel, it will flow more rapidly with the babe's suction. As follows. She got irrationally angry when I proved her wrong and put a curse on me. Not that I believe in curses or anything.
The curse is real. Look at your legs.
I can barely feel it. Pain is actually an illusion played on by the mind that...
You fool! Don't you see your arrogance? Need I remind you that's what got us fired from Blizzard?
Yeah, so I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. I barely think about it. It's actually funny, Chad. I'm considered the first, second generational hire at the company. Not that I even think about it.
You're not even streaming right now!
Oh, I knew that, and I was just practicing before I go live. It's the most optimal way a streamer stays fresh when...
You can at least admit that telling a woman how to breastfeed her child was wrong.
I would be willing to concede such an argument if it wasn't something I'm so well versed in. Let me explain. You see, a gypsy's breast is typically the cup size of B to C. Albeit small, it provides ample milk for her freshborn.
Your ego is going to kill us! Admit to yourself, you can be wrong. For us.
I can be wrong. But I just think a mother should breastfeed her child.
I'm sure all of you have noticed, but over the last year or so, I've watched a lot of body cam footage. There's something endlessly interesting about seeing a crazy situation unfolding through the eyes of an officer's nipples. And in general, body cam content has really exploded online, especially on YouTube and TikTok in particular. It's gotten so big, in fact, that now there are channels dedicated to faking them for the sake of making like really outrageous or very inflammatory content that is presented as authentic. So that way, people share it, get upset, and they get tons of money off the AdSense from these completely fraudulent body cam videos, and they have been really, really raking in tons of money.
A month ago, I made a video covering the YouTube channel known as Body Cam Declassified. This channel has blown up over the past few months, making fake body cam arrest videos with inflammatory titles and content that they present as real to get millions of views.
Scott Schaefer made 2 videos covering this topic, specifically Body Cam Declassified, who seems to be the biggest culprit. Their videos go viral, or at least were going viral pretty frequently, and people were under the impression that it was all legitimate. So they went viral on multiple different platforms. When I'd stream and I'd watch like a police chase or something where a guy hops in a fucking lawnmower and cranks it to 10 miles per hour for the slowest speed chase you've ever seen on the East Coast, I would be inundated with requests to check out this catalog of cuckoldry here with these fake body cams from people that were under the impression that they were real, because this channel presents them as such.
Since my initial video on May 29th, Body Cam Declassified has uploaded a total of 10 new body cam videos, and interestingly enough, 3 of those videos are real body cam footage videos instead of the normal fake videos they upload. It seems like they are doing this to trick new people into thinking they are a legitimate body cam channel, but if you spend 15 seconds watching their videos, it's clear by the Darman level acting which ones are actually fake.
It really is Darman level acting. Even from the title, you can see Darman DNA deeply intertwined with this channel's identity here. They have been fucking spliced like it's CRISPR with Darman integrated into it. Like their most popular video about the black FBI agent and how the officer lives to regret it, that kind of thing. But anyway, Scott Schaefer points out that since him and others were talking about Body Cam Declassified, they tried a new tactic of uploading real body cams that were dropped in the middle of all of their fake ones to hopefully confuse people into thinking that it was real, because if they have these morsels of actual body cams mixed in with their fake ones, people will be more likely to think the fake ones are real by giving them the benefit of the doubt, like, oh, that one was real, so this one is also probably real.
My personal favorite new video they uploaded is titled Crazy Karen Vandalizes and Shoots Tesla, which includes some of the worst sound effects and gun recoil acting I've ever seen in a video.
I know the footage is hard to look at. It's too realistic. It's shocking. You can see why so many people were deceived by high-quality forgeries like this. I do really like this one as well. The way that she, like, as if she's fucking shooting a bazooka at the Tesla here. This is how, like, a child thinks a gun works.
Excuse me, ma'am. What do you think you're doing?
What do you mean?
Well, we've had 3 suspicious calls.
Calls for what?
About a suspicious person approaching houses. 3 people in this neighborhood have reported it. Do you know anything about that?
I surely don't. I'm working.
You're working?
now.
And what is it that you're doing? What's your job?
I'm the mail carrier.
You're a government employee. Would you get that costume at Spirit Halloween store? All right, turn around. You're under arrest.